Well, hello everyone. Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? I hope so, because geez, this is the most uncomfortable thing ever printed. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Cheese and crackers. That mask is terrible. I was like, maybe for the final episode, I'll just duel the whole time in that, but you cannot see a single thing out of there. You were looking through like a tiny pinhole. It's awful. I love the crystal. And I was like, maybe I'll just do it for the intro. But I don't know what I would do. I don't think I could see it very well. We're just gonna have to use it for like the intro maybe. Possibly. I love the Crystal Beast. Can you see anything? You can shave his bear. You can see his beard. But yeah, at least we got to have a funny moment on stream, Those of you who watch Raw Hardleg or come out to the streams, you get to know. Also, I think I need new glasses. My glasses are kind of coming apart. I have clipped that. Will it still be muted? Will what be muted? Sempain Nijima, thank you for the Prime hype. Okay, actually here, before we do anything, let's do this. If you don't know, the vote for next month's ladder climb is live. Let's go ahead and put this over here. Oh, that ain't the right window. Oh yeah, and I guess for people who wanted to know today's weather, there it is. We did Dog Police by Dog Police. Then we did Dog Days Are Over. Because there's no more animal songs. This is the last day of Gladiator Beast. That's by Florence and the Machine. And then we did The Fox by Ylvis. A #1 hit, by the way. Okay. Let's do it like this. Here you go. Yeah, so we got the current poll is up for next month's. Here are all the decks, or all the choices that got put on here. Animal Sounds by the Beach Boys. That's an album, not a song, I'm pretty sure. If there's a song called Animal Sounds, I'm not familiar with it. But yeah, we have Tachyon, Regenesis, Sue Ship, Gem Knight, Rescue Ace, Sky Striker, Battery Man, Speedroid, Dinosaur, Shark, Fabled, Drytron, Valmonica, Magistus, Azamina, and Let Me Pick is the 16th option, which is a unique thing going down this time. And I do want to make note for any patrons. Originally this said Dinomorphia, and that's because there was someone who was putting Dinomorphia like every month for the last 6 months, and they used the dinosaur as or the T-Rex as the symbol. And my eyes just kind of glazed over. But it is dinosaur, so if you were like, oh, I don't like Dinomorphia, but I would like to see the dinosaur deck with all the new shit in it, consider going back and changing your vote, or updating it. I should also, yeah, I haven't locked anything in yet, so if you want to still change it, you have that time before we do anything. Jirak, that would count as dinosaur. And then here be arguments. Usually we take some time and we read over what arguments people have. So we'll do that really quick. Although, again, I tell people this every week or every month, where I'm like, the best way to do this, to make it clear for people, is like what Cat Monarch's done here. Bullet points. These are the reasons why it's good. This, and this. That ensures that people will read it and they'll be able to understand it. A big block of text like this, all these big blocks of text, a lot more difficult for people to parse. But we'll do it anyway. I, in right sound and body, believe Suship deck should be the deck. Here are my reasons. Suship relies on simple combos. You summon one, you stack ingredients, you go to rank 4. Almost every deck has searches or summons another piece, so bricking is rare. The chef outfit is cheap. So, you know, you get a chef outfit. I will defend Speedroids. Uniquely positioned to be the strongest in the format in terms of the actual deck. I just want to chime in. I don't believe that. You know, I try not to give my opinion, but I feel like that's just factually untrue. Like, there's no way that Speedroid is the strongest deck in the format. Like, unless they hit the hell out of what's it called? Like, they have to like completely demolish Malice and Ryziel and Blue Eyes and and probably re-hit oh wait, no, Snake Eyes got unhit in the TCG, and Fiendsmith. Like, they'd have to hit a lot of stuff. I'm sure it's a good rogue contender, but it's not nowhere near like the best deck. There's like 10 other decks that would need to get hit first. Now its strongest, it's at I think they might have meant to say it's the strongest in this format, meaning Master Duel, than it is in TCG, because we have 2 Kashtira Unicorn plus Birth. Baronne de Fleur is legal, Aurora Dawn is legal, alongside the Suda support such as Glider 2, Clack Kernel, Oversynchro, etc. Like in the TCG, they don't have de Fleur or Aurora Dawn, they only have 1 Unicorn. Those are all wind monsters, so the wind lock doesn't stop them. It's capable of putting up a respectable board and excels at stopping Ryziel, especially with Glider 2 forcing their levels to become 9 after they rank 4 lock. The new trap refreshes your soft once per turn Quasar while dodging spot removal from the graveyard. Baronne insulates all your plays, and if Synchro Dragon is outed, you could tag into a spell trap super. Yeah, and then they're just explaining the final combo. Which is, yeah, the final combo is really good. It's just hard to do it through hand traps. It's hard to do it when going second. Oh, the TCG has 3 Unicorn? Interesting. I knew the TCG has 3 Fenrir. I thought they limited Unicorn. And then they also put up one for Azamina. Puts up a pretty unbreakable board going first, and usually splashes supplementary engines such as Snake Eyes, White Forest, and Fiendsmith to patch up going second and give better hand trap resilience. Boards can be extremely varied and resilient depending on the way you choose to play. Gonna shout out some Lair synergies. Lair lets you tribute opponents' monsters with sinful spoils of deception. Alice, Lady of Lament, gets you access to Lilith, while letting the powerful viruses such as Eradicator be silver bullets. It also lets you play Fiends to use LZ or Sinful Spoils to fuse into the Azamina monsters. Yeah, the one thing about Azamina is it has a lot of different synergies, a lot of different ways you can play it. The Lair of Darkness build looks neat. They do just have that boss monster that's like, your opponent can't target anything. They can't target their own monsters, they can't target your monsters, and that surprisingly shuts down a whole lot of decks. I fully endorse Speedroid. 1 is Rule of Cool. You get to watch sick toys combo off into crazy dragons. 2nd is the Resource Loop. Over years, they've gotten access to many revives and extra summons. It's incredibly hard to lock the deck from doing what it wants. There's several versions you can run. There's Pure Speed Roids. There's Wind Witches, which gives you immunity to Ryziel. There's Kind of Kashtira for bait and switch plays. There's Rank 3 Tapatomborg Play, Terror, Tycho, Loop into Gossip Shadow, etc. The other big reason is props. I could let it rip if Speedroys win. Saint Azamina, yeah. Hello there. I'd like to talk about Suship. Suship comes equipped with a powerful Rank 4 engine in a format where we have a lot of Rank 4 decks running around. Let's mix things up with a bit of delectable sushi deck. With built-in normal monster as part of the combo, this deck can easily synergize with Primite as well. With powerful negates, plenty of disruptions, and good synergy with a meta strategy, it would be nice to take advantage of powerful meta strategy while having nice Ikaruga roll to go with our victory. We did it before with Magical Musket Light Fiends, why not do it with level 4s and normals? Also, we could see Joe in a sushi chef hat. First time watching the stream, what are we doing? We're going over, if you don't know, every month I play a different deck as chosen by the patrons. Specifically, the $10 patrons get to vote. And they also write up why they think I should play each deck. So I wanted to take some time on stream to read these out, because people do not read. They're Yu-Gi-Oh players. So I'm like, I'll go and I'll read them for you, and then you'll have an idea of why to vote for each one. If you haven't voted already, or if you'd like to vote. Oh, and this is the... Was Hyper Trooper the one who said, let Joe pick? Yeah. You made an argument for that. I know we pay to be here, and Joe has an obligation to hear our voices and deliver some quality content, but just once, instead of Joe asking what we want to see, I'd like to ask Joe what he wants to see. He's given us many months of quality content, and I'm sure there will be many more to come, so before Konami kills Yu-Gi-Oh! And we move on to Alestrals, I'd like to offer a chance for Joe to choose his own ladder climb for a change, whether it be one of the ones to choose from the list, or may choose one of the many archetypes of Yu-Gi-Oh! To potentially revisit something he's played in the past. Yeah, so I appreciate the sentiment. I'm still not quite sure how to feel about it. We'll talk about that once we get to the end. I'll go to the bat for Battery Man. Fun old school OTK strat. Easy integration with the Thundra archetype. Talking about the Hunders? What's Thundra? Is Thundra a thing, chat? Fairly simple strategy. Fairly easy prop. Just get a couple of batteries. Thunder Dragon? Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like if you want to go OTK, there are probably better ways to go with Battery Men, but, you know, we're open. If you really want to see Battery Men, I'll try with Battery Men. Why dinosaurs? Dinos have a variety of individually powerful cards, from Ultimate Conductor Tyranno to the Evolzar Ixies, and access to tools we don't have in the TCG, like 3 Misk and the new OCG exclusive Tuner Synchro. I suggested dinos instead of one specific group because dino strats can be varied. I can try a bunch of different builds and see what works. I let them try Jirak right out the gate, pivot to Ryuge dino builds, etc. They have a good variety of builds with different splash abilities with each other. Greetings here. Also to vouch for Suships. What's better than a lovely meal or playing ordinary Yu-Gi-Oh? Suships have great searching and rank 4-5 capabilities with technically up to 6. You can always have access to one combo with your other sushi pieces and access to Painful Decision and Unexpected Die. Shari is even more searchable. From playing the deck myself, I can easily play every card there is in a single turn, ending with a board that draws you cards that you can make them and provides battle effects. Oh, what's this? Your opponent's destroyed one of your Ixie Suships? Well, as long as you have their amazing field spell, you can not only make your opponent take a few extra points of damage, but also summon Shari for free and immediately Ixie summon and any of its Suships to draw a card. A Watt build of Tempai, yeah. I thought about writing multiple paragraphs for Gem Knights, but I'm going to do a TLDR instead. That's the better way, I feel like. Gem Knight's, for the most part, a blind second deck, a very resilient one. It can perform well in current meta and has a few different build options to change things up. Also, old deck getting new cards still makes use of old cards. Fire? Oh no, it's that guy. Why Regenesis? It's a small package that plays very low to the ground. If allowed, your main combo doesn't even trigger Nibiru. You essentially get to Archfiend to search. Okay, they're just explaining what the regen. You get an Omni Negate, a Compulsory, a Cosmic Cyclone, and a big Beat Stick. Archfiend also searches your back row. Every Regenesis card, when used on your opponent's turn, bounces back to your hand during the end phase, or as an insane grind game. It also synergizes with anything that has a stat of 2500. So Lava Golem, some of the Dogmatica monsters, and even Kashtira can be included. You don't care about your extra deck, so Extrav and Prosperity are easy additions. Tachyon, cool space dragons. We get a redo of a previous ladder climb. Rank 8s for a variety of board OTKs. You have access to Light and Darkness Dragon for alternative setups. And the Transmigration can be mixed with Horus, Galaxy, Photon. You can even go with Trickstar / Ryziel. Due to dragon typing, can be mixed with strong dragon archetypes like Bestials. Funny counter trap from hand. Can go for funny clock time themed costumes and hats. Vote for Rescue Ace. Rogue powerful. Lot of potential builds. Jonah firefight outfit. Sound the alarm! Wee woo, wee woo! How can you hate firefighters? Easy, simple. Fabled. New support for the hot topic pet dads. New spells add consistency, while you get 2 big extra deck monsters. One that can summon any Fabled from the deck, and the new big boss monster, Levalzabulb. With the power of his majesticness, you can negate and permanently snatch one of your opponent's monsters. Not good enough? Good news. The effect is a soft once. How do we reuse it? Through the power of Fiendsmith. The Fiendsmiths love Light and Fiend, and Fabled have that going. The resulting synergy creates a deck so fluid and non-linear, it's basically a ball of water. Fusion Lacrima to revive Gamagen to make a level 10 boss man. Tract adds most of the Fabled. Agmonday can revive boss man and use its effect again to steal another one while adding grind game. We go long and hard like the leg. Brother, may I have loops? Yes you can, etc. Want to break a board? Chaos Angel. No one picked Magistus, so I did. Excellent argument. Excellent. Magistus opens the door to White Forest Runback since Reclaya can search any spellcaster. The real reason to play Magistus is this guy who shuts down the entire extra deck. Valmonica pros. Unique playstyle. Doesn't need to banish during combo. Can play minimally into Charmies, fairly well to see. End board, typically pure, contains 3 Imperm or MST Compulse, Change of Heart, Destruction Protection, Stat Modification, the ability to link. Pendulum deck that doesn't need to Pendulum Summon. Joe doing Angel and Devil bits during the climb. Cons. Needs a 2-card combo, essentially. Benefits from playing very high amount of in-archetype cards. Very few hand traps. Also Magistus. Fun. Flexible. Plays well with Spellbook. New support. It just has new support. So yeah, if you're a $10 patron and you haven't voted, there's the reasons to pick what you want to pick. The poll is going on currently. The dude who slashes has counted everything right now, and it looks like Let Me Pick has more picks than almost anything, by like almost double. The only thing even close is Gem Knights with 8. But you still have a chance to change your vote or vote for something else. I thought it was weird that people picked the... I thought it was weird in general that someone did a thing where it's like, oh, we can let Joe pick. Because, like, the whole point is to let you all pick. Giving it back to me, it's like, well, why did you even donate the $10? Well, I guess you donated the $10 just to, like, be on the Patreon or whatever. but it feels weird. And I'm not sure if I want to, what's the word? Like reward, not even reward that kind of behavior. It feels, I said this on the Silk Nights, the Silk Song stream I did last night. And it's like, I know I'm overthinking it or whatever, but it just feels like, it feels like a subversion of democracy. Like, yeah, it's just a goofy thing, people are being nice, it's probably just a one-off thing. But I don't like that someone's like, we don't want to choose. Actually, we want to give up our ability to choose so that the big popular guy can do everything. Encourage it? Yeah. I don't want to encourage that to happen a lot. Especially because if that becomes popular, then I feel like there's a lot of people who feel like they're being rude or mean to me by not choosing. And then that also leads to like, you know, why would you want to join the Patreon as a $10 patron if I win if it's constantly like just letting me choose and you're getting outvoted by everyone? So I think what I'm going to do is if that one wins, then we'll take a big portion of the next stream, the Thursday stream or maybe the Tuesday one, and we'll look at like the top 4 or 5 decks on stream. Like we'll look up competitive builds of them or Master Duel builds. We'll see like, you know, go to Mohan, see here's the combo. And we'll decide on stream. Like I guess I'll make the final decision, but we'll get input from you all and we'll see which one actually looks the most fun. Use ranked choice voting. We already have ranked choice voting. I'll curate some Gem Knight replays. I just find a couple of YouTube videos. I can't imagine it would be difficult to find. Like, you probably don't even need to worry about it. I could just find them on like, I'll just go to YouTube and type in, like, Gem Knight deck Master Duel, and I'm sure I can find a whole bunch of people building it and showing how it works. I will say, I think I'm leaning towards Gem Knights, which is... That was the other thing, is like, I'm like, I could do that, or I could just be like, okay, well, my choice is to go for the second place choice. And basically just be like, you can't let me choose, I will make you choose one way or another. But I will be honest and say, like, if I was going to choose, it would probably be Gem Knights. Because that was an old favorite of mine. Gem Knights was a deck I built in real life. Back before, like, they had, like, an FTK. Like, I'm pretty sure I still have it in paper somewhere. And it's interesting because, the playstyle then was very much, not necessarily an OTK deck, but a big beatdown deck. You know, you would do a bunch of combos, you would, like... Because if you don't know, the big thing about Gem Knights is that Gem Knight Fusion is... It's just polymerization, but you can banish a Gem Knight from the graveyard to add it to hand, and it's not once per turn. So it was one of the first decks where, like, you would fuse, and then you would banish a Gem Knight, one of the things you just used to get it back, and then you'd fuse... and then you'd banish a Gem Knight to get it back, and then you'd fuse with one of your fusions. And so you would fuse 3 or 4 times, even back in the day. And then you'd usually make something that was like, you know, they have an Armades, they have a guy that can get really big and does piercing, they have a smaller guy that, like, when he destroys something by battle, it inflicts burn and it can attack twice. So you had different methods for OTKing, or if not OTKing, like getting in for a lot of damage, depending on what your opponent had. And they had a couple cards, they had 2 cards that bounced. One that bounces a singular card, and one that bounces all the back row. Is Brilliant Fusion unbanned in Master Duel? Yeah. And so the old playstyle then was fuse a bunch, get rid of their things, attack in for a bunch of damage, and then do the same thing on the next turn if they couldn't stop you. And now the playstyle has gone back around where you're doing the same thing again. you're just fusion summoning a lot more. And specifically, the big thing is a Master Diamond who has like 3,000 attack. He has 3,100 attack, and he can banish a Gem Knight to gain its effect. So that little guy who could attack twice and deal burn damage equal to the things he destroyed, like, that was powerful if your opponent has small monsters, but it can OTK if Master Diamond steals that effect. That being said, Rescue Ace also seems neat, mostly because my friend plays it a lot. CB Radio, that's like his main deck. And I would like to play it competitively so I can like understand his plays and give him some tips. Dinosaur does actually seem interesting. Fabled seems interesting. I like Valmonica. It's got like a really unique play style. Magistus I'm curious about. Azamina I'm curious about. It says Spartacus, so I assume you're playing Heroics. The biggest Spartacus I know of is the Gladiator who launched the Slave Revolt. Are we speaking about Genesis? That's not how it's spelled. You've got to spell it incorrectly. Yeah, and I was gonna go live early, and do a whole thing about Genesis, but I didn't sleep very well last night, and I'm very tired. And also, I learned that tomorrow's D&D game that was going on is, I think, canceled now. People can't be making it. So, I'll probably go live and do my big thoughts, make a whole video about Genesis tomorrow. Is this stream to see what deck you're going to play? No, this stream we're playing Gladiator Beasts. But we're talking about next, because this is the last Gladiator Beast stream. There we go. I hope you try Altergeist. That's not even on the list, unfortunately. What, like the band Genesis or the chapter of the Bible? I guess we could talk about it briefly, just to assuage people's discussion. Let's go ahead. Do 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 do. So Genesis is the new official Yu-Gi-Oh format. What is Genesis? The rules are simple. I'm actually going to skip it down because it's actually even simpler than they say. Basically, they have gotten rid of the ban list for this format. So first of all, I guess I should say, the rules for playing are pretty much the same as they have been. You know, this isn't like Speed Duel, where there's a different amount of zones or a different amount of life points. You are playing the same Yu-Gi-Oh! That you've always played. The difference is, they've gotten rid of the ban list, and they've replaced it with a point buy system. So every card is legal, but every card also has a point value between 1 and 100. And in an official Genesis tournament, the points will be set to 100. So you have to build a deck with a maximum of 100 points in it. Judge being able to check every deck seems unrealistic. I mean, people will know, like, the general stuff. If something starts winning a whole lot, they'll check and you get disqualified if you're wrong. Yeah, and I should say there's 500 cards on here that have a point, and you're like, what if it's not on this list? How many points are it? 0. The vast majority of cards in the game are 0. The only cards that have a point value are like generic cards, staples, and newer cards that are like meta or rogue. They check the top 3 decks before giving prizing. So it can't go beyond the points? Yeah. And they do mention, they're like, at official Genesis tournaments, the point cap will be set at 100. But they're like, if you want to at your locals, you can be like, I want to play a really high-powered format where like a bunch of illegal stuff is possible. You can set the point value to 200 or 300. Alternatively, if you want to be like, let's do an anti-meta night, you can set the point value to 20 or even 0 and just be like, anything with a point value is essentially banned. And the reason why this is getting a lot of attention is because, unlike so many other alternate formats like Time Wizard and Rivalry of Warlord and Speed Duel, they aren't just pitching this as something you can do at a side event. They also announced that there will be a full-on YCS, an official like regional level tournament that just uses this as the main format. They're like, I'm getting a full-on YCS. Right now, it's just in paper. I'm really hoping it comes to Master Duel because I think this is amazing. I think this is great. They found a way to solve the Max C problem without having to necessarily solve it. And to show you why, let's look real quick. So Max C is legal. Everything is legal here. But Max C is 50 points. Which means at most, in a standard tournament, you can play 2 Max C. And you might be like, Joe, Max C's at 2 now. Yeah, but you know, there's 2 problems with Max C. One is that, you know, a lot of people say Max C is there to keep the combo decks in check. You know, how am I supposed to defeat Ryziel? They're going to summon like 8 times during my turn. And the problem with that is that Ryziel can also play Max C. But, in this format, Ryziel Detonator and Duo Drive are both 20. Which means you could play 2 of each, and that would be like 80, and you still have some points left over. You could play 1 of each, and it would be 40. But if you play 1 each of the Ryziels, you can only afford to play 1 Max C at most. And doing so is making yourself very weak, because then if the Detonator and the Cross goes away, you can't do a whole lot. And it's the same with almost any meta deck. Any deck that's really powerful has some kind of pointed card here. And because Max C is 50, it means meta decks can no longer play Max C. Max C is now only usable by smaller rogue decks that need a big advantage against something like Ryziel. And the same thing with, whatchamacallit. Oh yeah, and then the other big problem with Max C, right? People be like, the problem isn't Max C, the problem is Ash Blossom. It's all the other hand traps. It's like, if we ban Max C, we also have to ban those, yeah, which is not true, but it is true that, like, yeah, Ash is really good, and you know what draws you into Ash? Max C. The big problem with Max C is that they activate it, and then you're getting hand trapped. Or, in the case of something like Tempai, they Max C and they draw like 1 or 2 cards, but those cards are these big, swingy board breakers that are going to completely devastate your entire field. Well, Ash Blossom is 15. So you could play a playset of Ash Blossom. That's 45 points. And then you have room for 1 Max C. So Max C could draw you into exactly Ash and nothing else. If you play 2 Max C, you don't have any other hand traps. You know, I think what's Lightning Storm at? Lightning Storm is 40. You could play 1 Max C, 1 Lightning Storm. You could play 2 Lightning Storm and not have enough, and 1 Ash Blossom. So not only does it solve the Max C problem, but in general, it turns any kind of generic card, whether it be a hand trap, whether it be something like Lightning Storm, whether it be like a generic extra deck monster or a somewhat generic, like let's look at Typhon. Typhon is a 10. Zeus is a 20. Those aren't very high. It's very easy if you're playing something like Goblin Bikers to put in like a Zeus and a Typhon and a playset of Ash or whatever, because your deck kind of sucks. Infinity is 20 points. Barrier statues aren't 100 points. I'm not down with that. Goblin Rhoda is 33. Yeah, but you don't have to play that. And those cards won't add up. Hey, maybe Goblin Bikers is... I just thought of the first Ixie deck. But it's this idea of like, yeah, if you're playing something like Ryziel, you're not going to have a lot of room for hand traps. Especially if you want to include like other extra deck monsters and stuff like that. Droll is 7, yeah. Droll is 7, but again, you got to remember you're not going to be drawing Droll off of a bunch of stuff. A lot of searchers are lower. A lot of people, they look at this and they're like, oh, I'm going to get hit with Droll. And they don't seem to realize that also a lot of the like search cards or whatever are high costed too. So you're not going to be searching nearly as much in this format. This is a slower, lower powered format. You're still playing the strong decks and everything, but there's going to be a lot less searching and a lot less interaction. Molcharmies are cheap. Yeah. Machina full power, let's go, yeah. And then as people are pointing out, almost every floodgate is like 100. You know, and the band played on is set at 100. Angel 07, Anti-Spell Fragrance is 100. Artifact Scythe, Arch Nemesis Protoss, Ishatos. Catapult Turtle, I guess that's more of a burn card. Cold Wave, Confiscation, Contact C. Deck Lockdown, Delinquent Duo, Dimension Barrier. Like Skill Drain, Rivalry, all these cards are legal, but they really do make it so that, like, yeah, if you're playing fucking, I don't know, Fabled or something, if you want to, you can just play, like, a plain Fabled deck and be like, and I'm going to put the 1 copy of Rivalry of Warlord in because my deck is mono-type. And if you draw it, that's great, but you do have to draw it. Even Jin Lock is allowed, yeah. And I do like this thing, right? Because I think I've said before, I don't hate Skill Drain if you have to build your deck around Skill Drain. Like, if your deck is, like, full of normal monsters and non-effect monsters, and you want to build a deck where it's like, I'm going to try to get out Skill Drain, and you have to play around it or find some way to out it, that's fine. The problem is a big meta deck that uses all its monster combos to build a big board, and then you're trying to play through it, and you do something, and they Appaloosa, and you do something, and they Baron, and then you finally get to play, and they Skill Drain. And they say, okay, now use your remaining 3 cards without monster effects to build a board that can beat over the 3,000 attack monsters I still have. Or stuff that actively benefits from Skill Drain, yeah. Snake Eyes started sending it with Diabell Star. This is literally just Canadian Highlander. Yeah, from what I've heard. I've never heard of that before, but MBT mentioned it. And so it's like, yeah, if you want to get a deck that turbos out Angel 07 where you can negate summons, you can. But that's all you're doing, you know? You cannot build the stun deck that sits on multiple floodgates. You cannot have a powerful meta deck that also flips a floodgate on turn 1. And then they also did something really neat, which I like, which is like Butterfly Dragon Elma, or Butterfly Dagger Elma, 1 point. Just 1. And like, that card's busted. That card's been broken since day 1. Like, it's been banned for so long. How is it only 1 point? Well, if you don't know, and actually, let's look this up real quick. The equipped monster gains 300. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard while equipped, you can return this card to the hand. So the problem with this is it creates infinite loops. It's not a once per turn. When it's destroyed, it comes back to the hand. And there's a bunch of cards that can use that to do, like, infinite loops. Those cards are all at 100. Like, the problem is not Elma. The problem is playing Elma with some kind of weird burn card. Is Gearfried at 100 or something? Yeah, it's a spell that can be used infinitely. But all the cards that benefit from loops are at 100. So you can play those burn cards, but you can't play Elma with it. You can play 3 copies of Elma if you find some other way to use it, because by itself it doesn't do anything. Is Gearfried 100? No, Gearfried's not even on here. Tyrant Neptune is 100. Nurse Burn is still legal and unhit. Library is at 100. Yeah, Royal Magical Library. Yeah, Sangan Kaiman, 50. Songan Summoning, 100. Saravis, just 5. And there's a lot of neat little stuff like that. Like, every once in a while, you'll be going through here. Let me see if I can find it. I remember seeing one specifically where it's like, Bahamut Shark is 81. Why is Bahamut Shark 81? Because Totally Awesome is 20. So, if you want to play Toad in your Frog deck or your Paleo deck, you can easily play 3 copies of it. But you cannot play Toad and Bahamut Shark in the same deck, because that would be exactly 101. Triple Tactics Talent, 93. Triple Tactics Thrust, 13. So you can play 3 Thrust, but you can't search for talents with it. And I forget, 13, what would that be times 3? That would be 39? So there's probably some spell that's like 41 or 42 or something. Hadrick, thank you for the Prime hype. I appreciate it. But yeah, they've done a pretty good job of balancing this where, like, they've made it so you cannot, like, play 3 of this and, like, the very best search target, but you can search for, like, in-engine stuff. What cost 8 points that you can't use with talents? Baronne de Fleur is 85, 81. Fairy Tale Snow is 85. Infernity Launcher is 88. So you cannot use you cannot use Thrust to get Infernity Launcher, because you'll have too much. Rongo Nimiad is only 31. Smoke Grenade of the Thief is 87. Launcher is a continuous no. Oh, is it? Foolish Burial Goods doesn't look like it's on here. For some reason, I thought Launcher was just a normal spell. But yeah, and they also say, one of the things that also has me excited about they brought back the Konami blog. For those of you who don't know, Konami used to have a blog where they would regularly give updates where they talk about the game. And especially like when they announced a ban list, they used to explain why they made the ban list changes they did. They stopped doing that after they got backlash for a really bad ban list. And they've been like dead silent since then. But they brought it back, and every day for the last day they've been releasing multiple articles. The Great 2003 Pot of Greed, Where to Play. What if I create the next big deck? Why do a point system at all? The whys just give us money every time, right? I mean, certainly there's part of that, but I think they finally realized one of the big reasons, why should I give you money? The best answer you can have is because the game is fun and you'll want to play it. You'll want to play it, you'll want your friends to play it. This will be a hobby that you can do for a long time. And so it's like they're actually communicating about this. And one of the important things that I think they're hinting at there, because a lot of people have been looking at this and they're like, oh, I can make a broken stun deck this way. Transaction rollback isn't on here, so you can use it to copy a lot of broken traps. Paleos, like, pretty much completely unhit. And they're like, the thing is, we will be adjusting this list on a monthly basis. Like Master Duel, new cards will be given point values, and point values will change from month to month based on play rates, based on how people are reacting. There's a new card game format. Yeah. I can play bad decks in this format, so I'm warming up. Will this be used like Master Duel to push new product? Partially. On the one hand, this does help push new product, because they can easily release, like, really, really powerful deck that's good in advanced format, and then, like, a deck that's not as good, and you have reason now to buy it because it might be good in Genesis format if they don't stat it, or if they give it low stats. It also gives them a reason, at least in Master... Here's the thing, I think they should bring this to Master Duel immediately, as soon as possible. Because this also, I've been talking before, like, you know, if you made historical formats, it would give reasons for people to, like, never decraft cards. Because, like, yeah, you ban Max C in Advanced, but then you have a format where Max C is playable. Always playable. You know, if you have Edison... I think, is Max C in Edison? I forget. But let's say it is. Or if you want to do hat format, Max C is legal there. If you give people a format where cards are always legal, then they won't decraft them. In theory. And that way you can get people to continue using their cards and sell them new cards. And give them reason to craft old cards like Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity, which are legal on here. They're very expensive, but you can do it. So I think they could do this immediately in Master Duel, and it would be really good. It would be an excellent alternative to the main format, and it would be good for business. It would solve the Max C problem for me, and the problem of just having like an unbalanced format in general. Have you seen the Bonkers Exodia deck? Yeah. But again, they're going to be updating this. The other reason I think this is, like, this is a format that seems almost tailor-made for a digital client. You know, one of the things I've talked about before, because I've always found it difficult to get into alternate formats. I've had people try to sell me on Trinity and Hisslander, and I know there's another big one. And my thing is, You know, if I'm going to sell someone on a format, it has to be dirt simple. You know, you can't have a bunch of rules and a new ban list. Because I still regularly, like, interact with people who are very new to Yu-Gi-Oh! And the ban list itself is just another barrier of entry. When there are people who are like, oh, I want to play this game, and they find cards and they start looking through bulk, and then they find something really good and you have to tell them, actually that card's banned. Actually there's this whole list, you have to go look it up separately and kind of try to memorize it so that you know like which cards can and can't be used. And so if you have to do that and then also tell me like, okay, well you only get 3 summons per turn, but also normal monsters don't count towards that, but also summons is counted by the number of summons, so if you summon 2 at once, it counts as 1. Like, that's too much. Like, if people already have to know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you add more rules, and then you add a ban list, or in the case of Hisslander, I think there was multiple ban lists, depending on what, like, era you're playing at, it's only ever going to appeal to people who are super fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! You're never going to get, like, new people in. But this is simple enough, because it replaces the ban list with a new kind of ban list, and otherwise the rules are the same. It's very simple, it's very easy, and it solves the problem of, like, you'll never find a card that's useless, you'll just find a card that's really, really high statted, and you have to build around it without using the other broken games. And especially if you do this on a digital client, like, if you have to play this in paper, it's the same ban list problem of, like, okay, well, get on a computer or your phone and look up this list and, you know, control search to find the card you're looking for and make sure it doesn't have any stat requirements. But if you were playing on Master Duel, if they implemented this, it would be really easy to just have a view mode where, like, the point cost of every card is up in the corner, and maybe you have a bar at the bottom that fills up towards 100. And if you wanted to play 20 or 200, you could just set it there. It would be so much easier, so much more convenient to play in a digital simulator. And so it's like, I'm really hoping they bring it over there. The problem, of course, is this is only TCG, and I don't know if the OCG cares. Or a running tally on the side. Yeah, that would work too. If they did, I think it could be a new golden age of Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially if they have people who are actually passionate about the game, keeping up with it. If they have this and advanced, then you have a reason to still, like, bring out power-crept, broken stuff, but also do other things. We should probably start soon, yeah. I will say, the one thing that worries me about this, and it's something that, like, if you're familiar with this already, you may be like, Joe, you missed the like, rule number 1, which is no link monsters or pendulum monsters. The original field layout is used. No extra monster zones, no pendulum zones. Which I think really sucks, actually. They market it as like, you know, we're trying to simplify the game. But, I don't know, I feel like link monsters aren't that complicated. Like, I can understand, like, pendulums are a little complicated or whatever, but, like, can't you just stat them? Like, you've already got 500, what's another, like, 100, 200 on there? And a lot of people are saying, like, oh, you've got to please the Yu-Gi boomers, this is something for nostalgia, and maybe, but I feel like it's a little more sinister than that. Because that's the thing, is a lot of people know in this community, most Yu-Gi-Oh players are really against rotation. If you don't know, Magic has set rotation where newer cards eventually get moved out of play and then, or basically like the last 3 years of cards are what's playable in their modern format or standard. I forget what the thing is, but their main format is like the last 3 sets. And then when a new set comes out, the latest set behind it becomes banned, essentially. Standard. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has like a kind of rotation, because the new cards do edge out the older cards in terms of playability, but that's also why our power creep is so much worse than Magic. Cards have to be, like, statistically better because we can't simply just, like, ban them. You know, Magic the Gathering is allowed to sort of go up and down to have different kinds of cards and stuff because the old ones are constantly getting banned. They don't have to worry about synergies with old cards and bans and stuff like that. But a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players like that. I like that I can play Gem Knights again and pick it up as like a new deck and not have to wait for someone's permission. You know, they don't have to, you know, I could play, what's something that got what's something that got support in the last 2 years but wasn't in like the last 5 packs? I could play Goaty. Like, I could pick up Goaty today and play it. It may not be great, but I could do it. And if I find some new synergy or whatever, I could do it. So there's no, like, hard limit on what's playable. And I mean, that's a lot of the weird, like, stun decks and pile decks or whatever that people love to play are made up of just a bunch of janky old cards thrown together. Or things like Paleo. Paleo's like one of my favorite decks, and that's a card made up a deck made up of almost exclusively like 15-year-old cards that just happen to have synergy with like new trap support. It's great. That's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! When some old forgotten card suddenly becomes good. And what I'm worried about with this, the no links, no pendulum, that they've lumped them together, is that they're basically saying, yeah, the last 10 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Were a mistake. Let's just undo that. Let's just get rid of that. Standard isn't the most popular format. Not anymore, yeah. It used to be for a while. I don't see it that way. I mean, obviously there are still new decks you can play like Ryuge or whatever. But it really sucks that, like, when I think of Link decks, right? It's like, I can't play Crusadia. I can't play Scareclaw. I can't play World Legacy. I can't even play, like, Crawlers. Like, Crawlers are too broken for this format. Like, there's so many fun Link decks that are just, like, gone now. And there's so many, like, I can play Ancient Gears, but I can't use Catapult. I could play Earth Machine, except the Link 1 Infinitrack is banned. And that, like, completely takes out the deck. And same thing with pendulums. As bad as a pendulum, as bad as their reputation is, like, what about Dino Mist? Dino Mist is a great, super simple pendulum deck. Fair, easily balanced. Don't have to worry about it. But nope, just banned. Abyss Actors, completely banned. Metal Foes, Ignites. There's a lot of really great, like, pendulum decks that are simple, that are not complicated, and they've just blanket banned all of them. And then there's cards that just, like, happen to have pendulums. I remember looking through this at first and being so excited. Oh, they didn't hit Melodious at all? I love playing Melodious. Yeah, they lost the link, but I could still use the thing in normal summon just, oh, that card is a pendulum. You barely use the fact that it's a pendulum. The one card essentially just searches the spell. That's all it does, is like a pendulum scale. But those are gone. Nemluria? Sorry, you cannot play the Sleepy Girl deck because its main character just happens to be a pendulum. Valmonica? Sorry, you can't play Valmonica. You can't play the new Super Heavy Samurai stuff. You can't play Lunalight because Tiger is banned and Wolf is banned. You can't play Nouvelle because the one chef that searches everything is a pendulum. To be fair, Valence, if they wanted to make the deck super simple, Valence is probably one of the things they'd want to ban. And so it's a pity that we're losing all these, like, rogue, playable, fun, easy, fairly simple archetypes. Can't even play Nephthys. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that gets edged out. And, you know, maybe they'll release new support specifically. Like, they'll release a card that's just like the Nouvelle Chef, but not a pendulum. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's there. You know, there we go. Now we have something that we can play specifically in Genesis format. That'll be the big thing, right? Is because this is a TCG format, and OCG makes the cards, I feel like they wouldn't be doing anything to support this format. Maybe we'll see if they start releasing cards that are like, oh, here's a card that does what the Ancient Gear Link does, but it's a contact fusion. It's like, oh, well, that's just made for Genesis format. That's nice. They're throwing us a bone. And then that gives them the ability to sell new cardboard and stuff like that. Raid Raptor should still be good. I've heard the fact that Wise Strix searches you like a rum and it's gone is actually like a huge crushing blow. Surely there are decks you want to play that don't require links and pendulums. Oh yeah, I'm still going to play this format. It's just one of those, I hope that they walk this back at some point. I hope once the format becomes more visible, that they eventually get rid of this thing. Because I would hate to play in a format where 2 mechanics are just forever gone. Especially when there's so many fun things you can do with those mechanics. The other thing, though, is that, like, let's say Genesis does really take off in a big way and they don't reverse this, then what you're going to see is, like, well, if they want to make a new deck that's good for the main format, but don't want to worry about statting it in Genesis, it's just links and pendulums. You know, you're going to start seeing things where, like, they release a new deck, and they just give it a random link or a pendulum that is like, their search card is a pendulum. When it's normal summoned, it searches, it has no pendulum effect. It's a pendulum for, you would never use it as a pendulum, but that just bans it in Genesis format. And I think that would be dumb. Alternatively, Genesis becomes the main format. It eclipses traditional in the same way that traditional eclipsed, it eclipses advanced format in the same way that advanced eclipsed traditional format. And then we just never see links or pendulums ever again. But anyway, that's my thoughts on Genesis. Let me know what you thought down in the comments below if this goes on YouTube or whatever. Otherwise, let's go ahead and get started with this. Is Flu viable in Genesis? Kinda. Yeah, Rabina, Map, and Advent are all at 33. So you can either play 1 Map, 1 Rabina, and 1 Advent, or you can play like 3 Rabina and just give up Advent. Or you could play like 1 Rabina, 1 Map, and have enough for like 2 Ash Blossom. The only thing I hate about Genesis is the stupid arse name. Yeah. It really is one of those, like, we want to show that it's like a restart. It's like a new beginning. A Genesis. But also, if people search Genesis, they're going to find the Bible book. They're going to find the band Genesis. So, in order to optimize the search engine, we need to change the spelling of it. Why Genesis and not Genesis? Yeah, so when you search it, you find it. As long as you know how to spell the bad version of it. Genesis is a generic tabletop role-playing system. Labyrinth-ass name change. To be fair to Labyrinth, there's a bunch of old, like, Labyrinth Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and they didn't want those searchable. Genesis is Genesis System. Honestly, if it were me, I would have called it Yu-Gi-Oh! Renaissance. Because one, that sounds a lot cooler, I feel like. Two, it literally means rebirth instead of, like, the start. And this isn't the start, this is like a restart of it. It's a new version. And three, do you know how to spell Renaissance? I can never get it right. It's like Renai. It's pronounced Renaissance, but it's got the AI. It's got two S's and a silent C. So that's a word where, like, the default spelling feels like someone misspelling it on purpose. So what you could do is call it Renaissance, but spell it in a way that's more phonetic, and that way people don't mind spelling it that way, and you get the search engine optimization. The proper is the Renaissance. Yeah, so you could do, I don't know, it would be like Renaissance. Yeah, there you go. Renaissance. I mind. What the hell? Okay. Give me 1 second here, chat. I forgot to do this. First of all, let's delete this one. We've already made it to Master 5. I'm not sure we're going to get much farther, chat. So let's go ahead and have some fun with it. That's what I'm thinking. Let's get goofy with it. Did you finish Hollow Knight yesterday? I did not. I'm in Act 3. So we're going full blind second. Hollow Knight, not Silksong? I haven't been playing Hollow Knight. I beat Silksong a long time ago. This guy can spell Raigeki like nothing but not Renaissance. Well, Raigeki is exactly like it's spelled. Rai is R-A-I, Rei, Gek, E. Easy. I will say, I forget who it was. I heard from someone, I think it was a teacher. And they said, like, these days they aren't teaching kids how to phonics. And I was like, what's phonics? And they're like, phonics is the style of learning how to read, where they teach you that each letter makes a specific sound, and they allow you to sound out words, how they're pronounced phonetically. And I was like, there are other ways to learn how to read? And they're like, yeah, the new way is to basically, like, just tell them to recognize this is the shape of the word. Like, the word bread is this word, memorize it. And I'm like, that sounds infinitely harder. That sounds way more complex. And they're like, yeah, that's why literacy is way down. That's just learning how to read. We're not teaching kids how to sound shit out. Sounds more likely to work for English. Last I heard, you got hooked on phonics. I'd have been illiterate without phonics. Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not sure why it happened. Like, is there like a good did the teachers get together and realize like, oh, this isn't working very well? You know, maybe it's better. I remember when I was in high school, when I was getting out of school, they were talking about the whole Common Core math, where they were reteaching how math works. And there was a focus more on like, basically the opposite of what they're doing with language, where they're teaching you the mechanics of how numbers have a relationship with each other. And as a result, it makes it much more difficult to do stuff like simple addition and multiplication. But because you understand math on that level, once you get to more complex maths, it becomes a lot easier. At least that's the way I heard it explained to me. And there was a bunch of teachers getting upset where they're like, I memorized my multiplication tables. Surely my kids can just do that. And I remember thinking like, memorizing multiplication tables sounds like awful. Terrible. I mean, I did do it for like some things, but the only one I really remember is 9 and 10 and 5. If you ask me to multiply something by 6 or 7, I have to fucking do it by hand. I learned multiplication to a song. The incredible memes. Math is math. And so it's like, I don't want to be like, you know, I don't want to be like those ignorant parents who were like, this is just bad, this isn't how math is supposed to be. When, like, there is a lot of science that says, like, the Common Core is a better way to learn math. Or at least I thought it was. And then, maybe there's, like, another way to do phonics, but phonics seems like that's the Common Core version of language. Like, instead of just memorizing words, you're learning how to figure out any kind of word based on the sound it makes. Also, fun fact about the 9 multiplication tables. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 81, 90. Yeah, if you didn't know, that one's really simple because it's reversed. Like 9 times 1 is 0, 9. Then you go 1, 8, Like the first number goes up by 1 every time, and the second number goes down by 1 every time. And then they're all reversed. So 9 times 1 is 0, 9. 9 times 10 is 9, 0. There's also the finger trick. I never figured out the finger trick. But does phonics work in English? As English has a habit of letters changing their sounds that feel almost randomly. Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, that's the thing, that's the one thing I could see is like a criticism of phonics, is that like, there's so many exceptions. Like, the bigger your vocabulary gets, the more you learn that like, phonics doesn't necessarily work the way you want it to. But like, the fact of the matter is, English was not like a, constructed language. And so, like, it's not going to be consistent. There weren't consistent rules. Not until much later a bunch of people tried to codify it. And so, like, you will never have a system that perfectly does it. But phonics works for, like, 80 to 90% of words. English is 3 languages in a trench coat trying to sneak into an R-rated movie. But yeah, if you're a teacher or you work in education, or went to school for education, and you know something about this whole phonics stuff, let me know. Because I'm curious, it's one of those things where like, I feel like phonics is better, but I would love to hear an argument from the people who are like, we need to get off of phonics. But all I have is like one person I know who's an educator who's like, this is fucking awful. That and seeing like, apparently literacy rates in America are dropping drastically. Hour used to be pronounced like whore, so a lot of old puns are lost to time. Interesting. Okay. You ready to get started? An hour and a half in. Chat, fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Where's the moose? And here we are, ladies and non-ladies, dawn of the final stream. And I've brought a special guest to help us. It's the Crazy Horseman! Oh, we're gonna... Okay, I'm not doing that. That's awful. Yeah, I bought that horse mask. I thought it would be kind of neat, you know, if we're playing like an animal-themed deck, but... One, I can't see anything out of it. It's hot as hell. It muffles my voice. And even as a puppet, it's more horrifying than, like, good. And I couldn't think of a character for it. But I wanted to let you know, I did buy a prop for this month. It's just not working out very well. But the deck's been working out surprisingly well, you know? We've got all the way into Master, which is not something I thought would happen. I thought maybe we would just get stuck in Diamond this entire time. You know, we have a battle phase themed deck that doesn't have one card combos in the modern age, playing against full power Malice. It's not great. So we've already beaten expectations. And part of me wants to see how far we can take it. You know, just get the best version of the deck we have and really just try to push it up into Master 1. But I think realistically, we barely made it to Master. I don't think we're going to get there tonight, especially because I'm starting a little later than normal. So instead, I thought I'd do something a little fun, a little cheeky. You know, we're already up in Master. A lot of people have told me about this version of the deck, In fact, Chibi Gohan, who's like a guy on my Patreon who has been the biggest fan of Gladiator Beast for years, sent me a list very similar to this, saying this is how he plays it, with like Lightning Storm and Forbidden Droplet, Raigeki. He was playing like 2 Raigeki, because it's at 2. I decided to play Triple Tactics Thrust instead, because if nothing else against Ryziel, being able to thrust into talents is one of the best ways to break that board. I figured out we'd try this. You know, we already know that they can get into Master 4. Maybe if we tried, we could get 2, maybe even 1, you know, if we really went in there. But instead, I'm curious to find out, can a blind second deck like this really function in the modern day against a deck like Malice and Ryziel? There's only one way to find out, and that's to test it out. So let's go in, have some fun, see if we can get some big battle phase shenanigans, and take Gladiator Beast out with a bang. Let's have some fun, do some battle phase shenanigans, attack into a whole bunch of monsters, and see if we can send these gladiators off with a proper send-off. There we go. 132. Dawn of Stream 6 plus new deck. I mess up at the end. Try and fix it with editing. Second battle phase up to 20. Are we still going first? Because maybe we should. How many cards do we have that are dead going first? 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, I mean, we can still probably thrust. What are we setting off of thrust, though? Charge? I guess we could set charge. Charmies are dead if we're going second. Well, I'm thinking, even though I'm calling this blind second, I think it might still be better to go first. Because if we can Charmy and Max see them, we can draw a bunch of stuff. Triple Tactics is also dead unless they hand trap. Yeah, but I mean, they're gonna hand trap. Okay. Well, someone's having a good day. We barely even started. And we're going second, but that's fine. That's kind of what we wanted to do. Actually, we were talking in between, like, recording the intro and now. And I think if we win the coin toss, we do still select going first. Because we're still better off if we can do a whole combo. And we have very few cards. I mean, like, Raigeki is dead, but Forbidden Droplet can be set and still used. So, like, you know, maybe it's better to just try to combo off. See what we can do. And then if we lose the coin toss, we have cards like Raigeki, like Forbidden Droplet, where we can just, like, go in and completely crush the board. Okay, so we can't target Blue Eyes, but we can Raigeki them. And yeah, as people are pointing out, this is a hell of an opener. There's actually not a lot, unless they can make, like, what would it be? 2 fucking, Cosmic Blazars? We can, like, Raigeki, Droplet, send the bear, and then Gistel plus whatever we get off of Proving Grounds is full combo. Now, granted, if they have Ash in addition to this, or Maxi or whatever, we're probably dead, but... Oh, someone pointing out, they're on Master with Eyes of Blue, which is odd. I wonder if that's like a legit new tech card that people are finding out it's actually really good. Or has the quality of Duelist just faded so considerably because so many people are avoiding it because of Malice? Crimson Dragon. Synchro Rumble. Oh, they're rumbling. Oh, damn. Just increase the ceiling ever so slightly. Make Barone. Special summon a Blue Eyes. Synchro Rumble. Bring that back. Yeah, so at this point, I really have to hope I draw another fucking monster. Which, to be fair, I do have a lot of monsters in my deck. Cipher Divine. Okay, so they have an Omni Negate, an Omni Negate, and a Monster Negate. Let's see. So we activate Raigeki. They chain one of these two. We chain Forbidden Droplet. We send the bear and the Raigeki and one of these, and we negate everything. Okay. Let's try it. Go, Raigeki! They didn't even try. Once per turn, the first time each card you control would be destroyed. Okay, so I do need to chain Forbidden Droplet anyway. And we just send off a monster and the Raigeki itself. And then they can't negate it with any of their monsters. So we negate you, and I guess we negate you while we're at it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. They do get another Blue Eyes from their graveyard. Let's try this. Let's get Gistel. Spirit actually screws us, does it? Ah, we can't summon two monsters at the same time. Okay, okay. We do have another thing. Let's get the Horseman. They did put it in defense. Droll. That is very unfortunate. Go to battle phase. Effect Veiler. Continue the main phase, yes. I don't play Typhon, do I? Yep, I completely forgot. It's one of those, like, I'm like, okay, it can negate a card in the graveyard. It can tag out for something else. But that's fine. We've got all these things already. I just gotta hope they can't kill us, but I'm pretty sure they can. Majesty. You didn't need to do that. I was gonna say, is that the second master? But they did shuffle it back into the deck. They're not playing around Nib. Unfortunately, we do not have Nib. Yeah, that's more than 3,000. Damn. We'll probably get better duels than that. Glass Cannon, Blue Eyes. 1 Roar, 2 Ultimate Fusion. Plus Jet, plus Chaos Max, plus Synchro Rumble. Just all the 1-ofs in the world. Go put Typhon in. I don't want to go immediately from, like, making the deck profile and then being like, and here's a new version of the deck. We'll do a couple duels first, and then I'll change it. See if I can get something in. Hello, Test Bear. How are you this fine day? Oh, buddy. Oh, baby. That's what I like to see! I'm like, this lightning storm is gonna have to go hard, and buddy, that's about as hard as it gets. Rivalry of Warlord. I mean, okay, now that I see that, this is 100%, one of these is like Solemn Judgment, right? Nope. Nope, not quite. I guess going second ain't so bad after all. No one's prepared for it. Silly, silly. You fucking what, mate? They did have Solemn. And they had Iron Thunder. They just didn't have it. Link Spider. Oh, yeah. Alright, tiny change to the deck. We've only played... Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Okay. Okay, we're good. Alright, small change to the deck. We've only played a couple duels and we've won one. Okay. Alright, small change to the deck. We've barely played any duels, but I realized I made a mistake. We still had the MX Saber Invoker and the Link Spider in here from when we were playing the package, okay. Alright, just a small change to the deck. We've only played a couple duels, but I realized I made a mistake in deck building. We still had MX Saber Invoker, even though we took out Speedroid. We still had Link Spider, even though we took out the Primite. So I've just replaced those with Underworld Goddess and Typhon. Also, I realized since we're going to be trying to go first, we're, okay. Alright, small change to the deck. We've only played a couple duels, but I needed to make a small change to the deck because I realized I made a mistake. I still had MX Saber Invoker in here, even though we took out the Speedroids. We still had Link Spider, even though I took out the Primite package. So we just replaced those two with Typhon and Underworld Goddess. Also, I realized it'd probably be good to have something that we could search off of Triple Tactics Thrust if we go first and get Hand Trap. So I put one copy of Daruma Karma Cannon in there. I think that's probably best against Malice. So this is 6.1, barely different. Let's jump back in. We're actually going first. Even though I called this a blind second deck, I realized that we have very few cards in our deck that were actual bricks going second, and going first is still probably better. This is a weird one. We're in a weird one. Mr. Grinch. Let's go ahead and try Flavian. Let's see if we can get the search. I think of all these, we want to take the Droplet out because we're not going to have a bunch of cards to discard for it. And Ash Blossomed. Unfortunate. If we could have gotten into anything and they didn't have the Ash Blossom for that, we could have Test Bared and gotten 2 on and that would have been a full combo. As it stands, we're Daruma and Maxi pass. We do have full combo for next time, assuming they don't have another Ash Blossom. So we're going to deploy the Maxi here to play around triple tack, and also just to try to convince them not to play. If they pass, that's fine. We can do our big turn again next time. Alright, we're up against probably Malice. Yeah, that's really like one of the things I talk about why Maxi should be banned is because it really just it doesn't open any like play potential, you know? That's the smartest thing you can do, is deciding whether or not you want to activate it at the start of the turn, or wait for your opponent to do a combo so you can guarantee at least one draw off of it. Sometimes, depending on your hand, you want them to commit first. Sometimes you just want to like incentivize them to not play. Which is like the smallest amount of strategy, but it's like dirt simple once you know what your deck does. Looks like they're doing... Oh, this is not Malice. It's actual Ignister. Interesting. This deck, more than any other, needs to special summon. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they use backup, and I believe there's one other card that's like Wizard at Ignister. But this is pure AI. Dark Infant. Well, we replaced our Maxi. Going for Wizard. Another Test Bear. Firewall Saber Dragon. Can we out a 4-mat Arrival? Probably not. Not easily. Cyber's Wicked. Okay, what was that? Reveal a Cyberse in your hand. Except for Cyberse. Add a Dark from your hand, shuffle, and add an Ad Ignister. Okay. Doesn't Daruma cannon out Arrival? I don't actually remember how that works. I'm just waiting for them to, like, extend a bunch of resources or get a bunch of monsters on the field. Okay, so this is like a Monster Reborn. Yeah, I'm thinking if I can strand like 3 monsters face down, they probably won't have the link zones to climb anymore. Or if they can get like 3 link monsters on, then I can just hit them this, send everything to the graveyard, and they probably can't rebuild. Transcode Talker. Get some trans rights in the chat. Duyan. Add back the corn. I think ideally we want to hit Templar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We could also just like hit it here. Yeah, I think we just hit it here. Before they can get to the Arrival Cybers. Surprise. Karma has come. Uh-oh. I thought that would end their turn. And I have this, so I can't activate the Fuelos. Alan Bershin for 2. They're playing Math Mechs. Yep, I have no other hand traps. Except for... Am I even playing the one guy anymore? Yeah, I basically just have to draw Noxious or hope they don't kill me. They're not link locked? I thought they were. They have so many locks, chat. They're locked to light and dark. And they can only summon Cybers. Fuck, they might deck me out. Yep, I should have waited for the Dark Temple. Hello, Fuelos. Oh, you might be doomed. Battle phase. Field spell effect? Yeah, sure, I'll tag out. I mean, why not? We'll get this. We'll use this to get... What, the bird? Yeah, go bird. Birdie bird. Get out of here. Oh, hello, circular. Now do they just try to deck me out? Can they summon 13 more times, chat? Firewall Dragon. To get why would you get Ash back? What do you think I'm searching? My entire deck is in my hand. Heat Soul. Sure. No draw. End phase. Oh, it shuffles into the deck. I thought I would have that. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't I? Dark Fluid's unaffected. Don't care. Didn't ask. I'm just trying to make my hand smaller so it's easier to read. Okay. Yeah, we're doing this. No, I don't need to use either of these, I don't think. I mean, I guess we use this anyway. Then we come back. And then we're going to make Underworld Goddess, which we just put in. Now it's affected. And that's 5 monsters in the graveyard, chat. Come forth, Claudius! Double battle phase! Well, you know, what can I say? Maxi wins. And we can reset our deck with, yeah, we could just shuffle so many things back. Oh, what number was that? Fast forward while I'm only come back when I activate Daruma and during the battle phase. Have you talked about Genesis format? Yeah, for about an hour at the start of the stream. TLDR, I think it's good. I want it to come to Master Duel. I hope it does. It sucks that Links and Pendulums are banned, but if I have to take that to get Maxi banned, I will. Our Maxi's not banned, but it might as well be banned. All the things that make it bad are gone. You can't play it in a meta deck, and you can't play it with a million other hand traps. Okay, we're going second, but we've drawn the Fualos. 2 of them, actually. Los, Fualos. We got the Los, Fualos. We're gonna hit them with the Los, Fualos. We got them. We get the Los, Fualos. You drew Tualos of Fualos. I will allow it. So it looks like it's just Ryzeal. Ryzeal doesn't summon from the deck or extra deck a whole lot. But I can wait for them to set up where they're about to do stuff. Actually, I think I'd rather get the draw. Because I was like, the thing is, we could wait for them to get 2 monsters on and then discard the second Fualos and be like, okay, if you want to make Detonator, I get 2. But I think I'd rather just get the 1 than, like, prevent them from going to it, you know? Especially, okay, so here's the thing. They make Duo Drive, right? They search, and then if they get 2 more on, I discard the second Fualos and be like, if you want to make Detonator, I get 2. Ah, they're going for Detonator first. Oh, not first, only. Ooh, that's a nice one in this situation, chat. Let's go. Los, Fualos. We're gonna hit them with the Los, Fualos. Playing Dragon's Wind. I guess you do have 2,500 defense. Okay. This is gonna be a big one, but if they don't have Ash, we're in pretty good shape. Bear, get the bear. Shuffle in the Darius. No. No! And they only summon from the extra deck once. So I think the best thing we can get with triple tactics, I think we do the draw too. I think that's the best option we have. Huh. You know this isn't talents, right? Okay. Oh, they're making sure they don't control something. So now I have to set it. Okay, we just go for Daruma then, right? Huh. Well, we got him down by 2,500 points, chat. We search. And then we flip face down. Surprise! The second Fuelos! And you have already committed to summoning from the deck. So I will at least replace that one. This is not a good one. Detonator. That's also not a good one. Battle phase. We take 3,000. Oh, damn. They got some shit, I tell you what. We're probably dead here. Okay. We're going to try this. They finally got to activate it. Oh. Yeah, that does it, unfortunately. What if I had Detonator and just put a bunch of counter traps behind it? Yep, just 2 Solemn, 2 Iron Thunder, 3 Dragon's Mind. Because Duo Drive has 2,500 attack and Detonator has 2,500 defense. So if you have either of those, this is just a Spell Trap or Monster. This is just Solemn Strike, but you can get it back. Ah, Ryziel Stun, my favorite. Angel Crab, thank you for the tier 1. I don't think we've won 1 coin toss today so far. Yeah, we had full combo. Yeah, I guess while we're waiting for, again, you know, we're on a go second deck. We're doing a bunch of combos, so if you have any questions or comments, anything you'd like to talk about or ask about that you want to do any other thing. You want to ask me about the tax code in Brazil, you can. I don't have any opinion on it, but you can ask it. I won't be angry. Well, there's both 2 of my thrusts. The last one is in my hand. Fortunately, a Rise Heart is pretty much just triple tactics thrust glued to it. How's Silk Song been? Great! Did you still want the info? I mean, I don't need it at the moment, but one of these days. Stop summoning things. Now. Do I just get rid of the birth? Because I can? I mean, it would, if nothing else, it would trigger the thing, so I mean, I can thrust now. What are you playing, Kashtira Mill? Okay. Hi there. Uh-oh. I guess I should have tried to use my other thing first. Yeah, I'm never going to get to Claudius this way, unfortunately. Kind of need my graveyard. Okay. Let's see if they use the negate on this. They do. This is a hard once per turn, right? Yeah. Oh, but they have fucking Scare Cash. Once again, just oh, but now we can use the battle phase things, except we can't. Oh wait, I think we can actually. 1 second. It's just gonna be difficult, but we can do it. Okay. Activate. Summon. Summon. We'll get, I guess, Flavian. You see, chat, there's a reason we play something very specific in this deck. Go, Darius! Summon one Gladiator Beast from the deck! Come forth, Myrmillo! Pop the Scare Cash! Dragodes. Yeah, I think we need to maintain this. Although Dragodes would at least get rid of this. Yeah. Special summon 2 Gladiator Beast. We gotta try it. We're losing so much to the Banish Zone. End of the battle phase. Tag out. Bird and I guess Darius. We could Typhon bounce this back, but I'm pretty sure we're getting the trap. Yeah, because we summoned Meyer Millo from the deck. So we get a pop 1. Yeah, it only protects itself. And if you're asking why didn't I pop the Arise Heart first, it's because otherwise I wouldn't, like, if I got to the Scare Cache, as long as that's on the field, my Gladiator Beast effects are negated, essentially. Like, I just cannot, whatchamacallit. As long as they're there, I cannot, like, attack into anything and deal damage. And so, yeah, I'd get my graveyard back, but once I went to battle phase, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Yeah, I think we just need to get a card in the graveyard while we can. They got rid of the test bear. Oh, this wasn't summoned using its effect. Fuck. Ah, dumb. Yeah, I guess we just know that from now on. I completely forgot that, Thrust can be, ashed. I should have tried to use the Gladiator Beast search first and see if they ashed that, and then Thrust. We're getting double Arise Hearted. I think it looks like it. Yeah, because I banish one with this to activate the effect. Oh? No. Yeah, we're just... Although, again, I'm really... It's one of those things. They're like, I'm gonna make a Rise Heart, and then I'm going to summon, Scare Cache, so they can't destroy it by battle easily. And I'm sitting here like, Doesn't Ryziel and Malice just completely own this? Like, this does nothing against either of those decks. Why are you playing a deck that... How are you playing a deck in Master 4 that only exists as a counter to rogue decks? Like, they perfectly countered our deck, but no one's playing Gladiator Beast. And I could just imagine a Malice being like, oh, macro on field? Why, thank you, I appreciate it. Well, that's a going second hand, if ever I've seen one. Birds. Savior of the Birdiverse. It sucks the girls before they summon. Ah, okay. I guess that makes sense. Did you know that Gordon's alive? Who's Gordon? Gordon Freeman? Gordon Cole? I would like to write an epic poem about this pie! Gordon Bennett? I don't know who that is. Gordon, from accounting. Ah. Could have gone Geyserus instead of Murmillo. Yeah. Yeah, I should have gotten the bird and then made Geyserus with the link in the bird. Then I could have popped Scare Cash and that. Then I tag into 2 and make something. Well, I tell you what, that's a nice field you got there, Sonny Jim. Let's see if it has a Solemn Johnson back there. No, but that's almost as bad. Okay, at least they're playing into Triple Tactics Thrust. Oh, and lose 1 turn? Real fun haver here. Yeah, you know what? Get everything. Think we just get this. Oh wait, we can just do this. was like, wait, I don't want to give up my monster. We'll just send off the thrust. Select a card. I think we just go for the draw here, chat. Or do we go for the trap? Trap plus this after Lightning Storm. What did they get back? They got back the Eaglin. Or we could look at the Eaglin and take it. No, because they still have... Anytime they normal summon. We're in a tough pickle either way. Yeah, I think we just go for the draw. The draw or the Daruma. Yeah, we go for the Daruma. Steal? Why? Second M-Pen, okay. I think as long as I Daruma the M-Pen, then I can activate all my effects here, you know? Oh, but they can do it. Wait, no, they can't, because they have to do it as part of the chain. Hello, Volpine. How are you? They do play a second trap. Yeah, the field spell's in the graveyard. Why did we search Eskit? I thought I was going to have to use it for something else. Yeah, we go for this because we have a discard. Their trap is only during the main phase, right? Yeah. So we could threaten to go to the battle phase. And if they want to do something, they have to do it here. Oh, okay. Fuck, I forgot what we set. This is in the middle with 12. 13. We can't get over both of them. Shit. Yeah, so we get this. Do we tag this out? No, I don't think we do. Just search Noxious off of the field. Yeah, that might be the best way to go. No. Then we activate this. Yeah, we do search the Noxious just in case. And because we set one from the deck, we can set our trap. I was like, they don't have anything. Both of their M-Pens are in the grave, and I forgot about Schnoll. We knew that was the... Yeah, I just forgot that they even played it. Geyser. No, we could have just popped both of those right off the bat, and that would have at least given us a play. Yep, one battle only. Oh, and they contribute again. Ah, we get to go first. Big loud car outside. Alright, we got combos, we've got nombos, we've got colors of all ages. They've got the Maxi, we've got the Ash Blossom. We've got the Proven Grounds. Now we just gotta hope they don't have exactly Droll. And we'll be in a pretty solid position. Keep drolling, 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 drolling. What? Keep drolling, 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 drolling. Get down. Move in and move out. Hands up and hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you want to do now. Fiendsmith Ryziel. Gus Akira. Rah rah Akira. You wanna get it with the rah rah Akira. Tetsuo. Rah rah Akira. You wanna watch a little rah Akira Tetsuo. Yeah, we've got full combo, so let's just incentivize them to not. Oh, they had Ash. Tetsuo! Kaneda! Tetsuo! Kaneda! It's Akira, the musical. Minigame lost. I'm going to have a cookie, chat. Look at me, just a little cookie boy. And why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I have myself a little treat from time to time? Oh. What kind of cookie? It's double fudge. Ooh, ah. From, I think, Keebler? Dark Ruler may be better than Droplet in this deck? Possibly. The thing about Droplet is if we go first, we can set it and use it. Is there actually an Akira musical? Because that sounds like something the Japanese would do. Not that I'm aware of. When I saw it, I think it was a Robot Chicken sketch. They had a 2-second thing of just like someone dressed up with like an orange jumpsuit on stage. Like, Tetsuo! And then Tetsuo comes out with the big red cape and he's like, Kaneda! Tetsuo Kaneda. All right. Not a great draw. Let's try this, Johnny Two Tones. Go, Gestel. We're gonna summon the bestie. Unfortunate. They get to resolve Max C against me, but I don't get to resolve Max C against them. What kind of shit is that? Okay, so this will pop this. And this will get the search. Oh, not activating the detonator. Interesting. And then we just do one of these. Geysirus. Huh. Yeah, fuck it. We going in hardcore. Damage step. Motherfucker! I'm sad now. When does that get there? Did they do that while I wasn't looking? Pitch off of note or something, I guess. If not for the Max C, we might have had a chance. And now, welcome to the typical Master Duel experience. We're going first against Excited Wang, and our opponent has Perulia. Okay. So it's like guaranteed to be fucking Tenpai, right? Because only Tenpai plays Perulia. Gem Knight does. Unfortunately, we can't... Bear. The thing is, either way, it's every time you summon, right? So, like, if I activate Gestel, they get 1 summon. If I get Test Bear, they get 1 summon. Because I'd have to normal summon the Test Bear. Yeah, like, Bear summons from the deck, but we have to get Test Bear first. I think we just go for it. We let him cycle 1 and hope. And then we just do that full old combo. Then we just do it right here. Alright, that gives us Nibiru insurance. Put it in defense, because if they're playing Tempai, they're probably on Lightning Storm. Yeah, unfortunately, we would have to give them another summon. But it's probably worth it to get like 3 more negates. It doesn't matter what we get. It's crime time! And then we get 2 of them things. We get Darius and Eskit. Eskit gets back this. We need to not have a Beast Warrior. Oh, we can also do this. Yeah, we just summon this. Just send another card to the graveyard so we make sure we have enough for Claudius. One, 2, 3, 4. Then we do this. We get back the Tamer. Tamer make Heraklinos. Darius. get a second Domitanus, maybe. Or we could just make Claudius. Yeah, I think we just Claudius from here. Actually, this is still better. Ah! One, two, three, 4, 5. Second battle phase next turn. And yeah, just a double check. We'll set the charge, since we didn't get it off the field spell. Okay. They've got 7 cards. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7 negates, plus 3, or 4 pops. Yeah, if they droplet for 5 and normal summon the beast, then it's like, well, it is what it is, folks. You forgot to set droplet? I didn't forget. I wanted 2 spell trap negates instead of like a 5th monster negate. Because Heraclinos is not once per turn, it's you have to discard to negate a spell trap. Yeah, I think at the risk of doing this, we just use it now. That way we don't play into Triple Tactics Talent or whatever. And actually, no. Red reboots. Well, I got Daruma for next turn, if there is a next turn. Heraclinos can negate that. Not a counter trap. Spell speed 3. Vidos? You fucking what, mate? Yep, not much I can do about that. Oh, I could have activated Claudius and blown up the field spell. I'm so stupid. We'll do it here. You could still activate? I cannot. I cannot activate anything during the battle phase. You change the target, it doesn't activate. Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing. I put everything in defense to play around Lightning Storm, but if I had kept Claudius in attack, I could have done something. We might make it out of this alive because I choose the target of their attacks. They can't clear the board in the way that they want to. We survived! There will be another turn! And they surrendered. Well then. Who's the superior battle phase deck? I didn't think we were getting out of that one. Hell boy, I tell you what. Good thing they didn't know I was down on 4 seconds and didn't have a whole lot of way to come back. Do we have a second Claudius? We do not. You fucking what? Excuse you? I guess this makes sense. And 1 Lady Lab. Just 1. You know, for fun. In case you go first. Is that Varudris? Yeah, they discarded it during their turn. Yeah, I had nothing to fear from Lightning Storm. I should have just kept everything into attack. You could have negated Chandra in the hand with Apo. Yeah. I could have done a lot of things. Getting a little funky with it. I don't think I've ever showed you in chat, but there's a funny picture I've collected from the internet. Where it's like someone on a DIY thread. They're like, I've been learning carpentry. Built my first staircase today and decided to get a little funky with it. And it's just a very weird-ass staircase where, like, the left and right stairs are different sizes and they have all these weird things. And the whole comments are just like, engineering is not a good place to get funky with it. You will kill someone. Yeah, also the most Balatro-ass hand. What is this? You can only activate one per turn. You know what, chat? I don't think I will. I'm trying to think. What can they have? If we get them to activate something, we can, like, Raigeki them? Or we can Lightning Storm? Does that really do anything? Math Ice. I guess we wait and see. In the meantime, let me see if I can find that funny picture. Let me go into the depths of my funny ha-has folder. This isn't it. But I thought it was still funny. Smart, yeah. Oh yeah, and this. You'll see, Ivan. When you hold pistol like me, you shall never shoot the inaccurate because of fear of shooting fingers. The like. Rifle, pistol. Hey, monkey man! How about picking this up on your scouter? I remember when this happened in Dragon Ball Z. Good times. Good times. I have more funny pictures than I thought. My opponent sure is doing stuff while I'm being entertained by other things. Ah, here you go. Here's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Related one. When a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player plays Solitaire. The Malice Experience. Maybe I need to just search Google. Maybe I could find it then. Almost done with movie? Partially. Let's open up, let's see. Built stairs got funky. Oh yeah, there we go. Got funky while building my first staircase. Decided to just have a little fun with it, chat, you know? 3 years ago. Like, please do not do that. Oh man, I would never make it up these steps. I have legs. Excuse me, sir, have you been drinking? I take back every shitty thing I've ever said about building codes. This is why they exist. Kid, thank you for the gifted sub, and if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in the chat. It's a stairway to heaven. Because if you fall down, that's where you're going. The fuck? They're code talking and shit? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Killer stairs, man. They made the Link 5 with microcoder. Oh, hello. So we're gonna Raigeki. Okay, we're gonna triple tactic thrust. And the last card was Ash. Everything else negates activation. Ash negates the effect, so I can't use the other ones. Well, that was fun. We got to look at funny pictures, chat. Wasn't that nice? What a terrible movie. How about no? How about no? Well, someone's having a worse day than us, chat. If they lose, they will lose a rank, and we're going first. Ah, I see. A go second hand. Alright. Fair, fair. I see your bubbles. And I will pass. No, I'd prefer if you didn't. Okay, now you play under Fua. He's gonna attack with these. Droll. Yup. I probably should have discarded the second one. Just to be like, go ahead, normal summon Droll and pass against the Gladiator deck. White Binder. Yeah, we'll do this before they draw. Oh my God, I will die. This is game anyway. Not necessarily. If they made what's it called? If they didn't have Droll and they made access code, I would get to draw 2, and if I drew into Noxious, I'm fine. This is not full combo, so we will wait on the Fualos. Hello. I guess we do this now. If it's Blue Eyes, we're only going to get 1 or 2 draws anyway. Drill beam. They're drilling their beams. They're beaming their drills. I don't want the things that give me those thrills. I love that the community is crashing out because of Malice. The thing is, when I think of, like, crashing out, usually it's like having a big, explosive, like, like, you know, it's very dramatic. But this is just people like, yeah, this sucks, and then they just leave. It's not a crashing out, it's just like, yeah, I'm done. We've gotten too silly, they're not trying to balance the game. They're not trying to make it fun or entertaining. It's pretty equal with Ryzeal and Gem Knights, and high rated. All I play against is Malice. Quiet quitting, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, while, you know, Ryzeal's a good deck, Ryzeal is fun to play against. Ryzeal you can kind of be tactical about. Malice just feels like if you don't open exactly the 2 silver bullets that stop it, it goes crazy. Yeah, and the tier mirror was good. People like playing tier limit mirrors. No one likes the Malice mirror, because it's mostly whoever goes first wins, unless you open the silver bullet. Anyone who says the tier mirror was bad did not play the tier mirror. The tier mirror is one of the funnest things you could do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, so I need to stop this. So we just write Geki here, right? Okay, well we've used the drill beam. Unfortunately, as we found out, there's not a lot we can do because we can't special summon. It's a pity we can't search Test Bear. Oh, okay, they tagged out. Yay. Yay us. Spirit. Let's get this. Negate, and if you do, but it doesn't destroy. And it's only a card or effect activated on the field. Right? Yeah, on the field. So I think we... Well, you know what? Let's try this first and see if they just use it on this. If they do, it'll be fun. They didn't. Okay. Let's try this. And we're going to try to summon the Bestiari. So true, Bestie. Unfortunately, we cannot chain block. So we can pop whatever this is. We can try to search. They do get a negate. Oh, and a pop. How many blue eyes did they get? Just one, unless there's one in their hand. Okay, they popped the Bestie. Gotcha. Theoretically, we'll get to set this, if possible. I think we just go for this. Any Gladiator Beast monster. Okay, I think we use Comeback. We threaten to bring back the bird. The bird is the word, after all. The problem is, if we go into that... We can Geyserist, they negate, but they don't destroy. Yeah, I think that's the best, even if it does shuffle back. We do want to shuffle back Eskit anyway. So let's go Eskit. Let's try Geyserus. Coco! Pop, pop. Fuck. I forgot they had that and that it worked on things that weren't blue eyes. And now I'm just dead. Yeah, I can grab Noxious with the field. Yep, I was like, okay, I try to use that, they negate it, but it doesn't die, and then I can make Test Panther, or no, then I can make Darius and then do stuff. Yeah, and unfortunately they just get Drill Beam every turn. Yeah, they have already used Majesty, and they've used the fusion, so they can't make the other fusion. My field spell! Yeah, and then it doesn't matter. They can do enough. Give me a moment, chat. I'm feeling a little hungry. I'm gonna microwave up a little sandwich. This should only take a minute or two. In the meantime, let's get you a funny song.
Chicks with bricks and blocks and clocks come. Let's do tricks with bricks and blocks, sir. Let's do tricks with chicks and clocks, sir.
No. Well, you don't like the Dr. Seuss rap? I thought it was pretty good. The second song wasn't very good. Well, you don't like Hamilton? Have you seen Hamilton? Have you seen Hamilton? Skibberdussy Phantom Tax. We spam W's in the chat for you. Do you know how you joked your Drake? Slutty thighs and a slutty waist. The map will never be the same. Oh. His stream is in the For You page. See if you can spot him. I dislike I know all the new slang. It's, you know, it's so weird, chat, because I remember being a kid, to some extent, and being a teenager, and having parents make such a big deal over new slang and how stupid it was. And now, most of that slang is so commonplace that people don't even think of it as slang. We went from, like, being made fun of it, to saying it ironically, to it just being part of the vernacular. And now we have people who are in their, like, 20s and 30s, fairly young people who seem to have forgotten just, like, 10 years ago, and they're like, I can't believe all these brain rot slang and everything. Thank God I don't understand today's whippersnappers. Or people pretending like, oh, the slang when I was a kid was so much better. Like, it was not. It's always weird, but it's always part of culture. I say embrace it. Learn it. For shizzle, my dizzle. This is the plot. Listen up. Gucci swag. Swag, swag, swag everywhere. I'll still never forget, what was it, Pokemon... Zeta? Was it Zeta? It was one of the, like, Pokemon fan games. Where they're like, you start it up, and they're like, you pick your name, you pick your rival's name, and then they're like, your rival is obsessed with swag in order to give you enmity towards him. Is this okay, or would you like to change it? And it gives you the option. If you don't change it, then almost everything, he's like, man, that has so much swag. He's like, well, you beat me this time. I guess I need to work on getting my swag up. But I'll see you later, swagster. At what age can you not feel skibbity anymore? I just forgot about that game. There's fork knife references, and then there's Scooby-Dooby toilets. I hate the rival already, and I've never even heard of that game. My purpose is to found and grow the town of Skibbity, Ohio. Well, we knew this might happen eventually, Chad. We haven't been winning as many duels as we would like, and now we're threatening to rank down. Turns out, going second, just not as good unless you have a one-card combo. Or at the very least, the ability to play through a whole bunch of shit. And, you know, Gladiator Beast just does not have that. Okay, I was worried about Max C at first, but that's much better. Now, of course, if they ash this, we are dead. But they did not ash it. Do they have Max C in addition? Hello. Doesn't look like it. So this should be full combo. I mean, they could still have in-perm. We have many more checks to go through. Send this. Grab the Monster Reborn. Like, they could do an in-perm here. That would significantly worsen our end board. If they have DD Crow or a Bisty, a Bestial here. That could be a problem. They don't. Let's go for Tamer Editor. If they have... I think this is the last chance for Hector to look at me. Unless they're saving exactly like Nibiru plus Imperm, then I think we're good. The only problem is we opened with the Eskets. Oh wait, no, that's not a problem at all. Oh, yes it is. Let me think. Okay, I think what we do is we go for Eskets. We make Test Panther with you two. Test Panther, we just grab the field spell. And then this is normally where we would get back Esket, and then Esket get back, come back. We can't do that. So instead, I think we go for Darius? Darius, or we could get Noxious, and then Noxious ensures that we have enough to go into Claudius. I think that's probably better. So we get Noxious. Noxious effect. We send doesn't matter, or Milo, I guess. Now we make Darius. Hi-ho, the Darius. Darius will bring back Esket. Esket will get back this. Unfortunately, this is a Beast Warrior. So we have to go into... Yes, we won't get the Appaloosa, unfortunately. We can go to SP, I think. Let's go for Heraklinos. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah. We can make Spa. Then we do this by putting back everything in the graveyard. We get 2 battle phases. And then, I think, because the Fuelos is useless, we just search the Noxious so we have it. Just in case. Oh yeah, and then we get to, I was like, oh, and then we're done. There we go. So we've got a monster negate, potentially 2 spell trap negates, triple pop, banish, and Claudius, which can be a 3rd monster negate, or pop 2. SP is for what again? It's just another disruption. And Forbidden Droplet. Discard Dormouse, discard Fuelos, discard Droplet. One, a Tahoo, a 3. Alright, they don't know. We let this go. That resolves, and then Claudius resolves. Howdy, howdy. Claudius. Yeah, we just get another Damatanus. Another one. Go ahead. Use the effect. Use the Dormouse effect. That's what you wanted to do, right? The Dormouse? Why not pop their two guys? Because using Damatanus is funnier. And they didn't even try. They didn't have enough. So we don't rank down. That's good. Dormus. That's good beef. I just hope it's not bad. I think it's been in the fridge since Friday. I don't know how long the leftovers are good for, chat. But like 4 days, as long as it's in the fridge, it's probably fine, right? Noodles and rice make 3 days. What's the leftovers made of? It's literally just beef. Did it smell off? It did smell like a little tangy. It had a little kind of like sour smell. But it tastes fine. Granted, it's covered in like spices, so maybe I'm just tasting the spices. Does it taste off? No, it tastes delicious. Well, Joe's gonna die. Did you nuke it? Yeah. I microwaved it for a while. If we wake up tomorrow, then all is well. There's like a 50-50 chance it won't kill you instantly. Oh, that's good. Okay. We're going second. We have close to full combo. Let's do this. Sure. Drop the C, make them work for it. I feel like they're gonna normal summon here to get the search. No. Okay, here's what we do. We wait for him to get the node. Then we maxi. And we say, okay, if you want to do something, now it'll cost you. Another one. And that way, if they have a Foolos, they can't activate it against me. And it also leaves them with a monster on board. I see. Unfortunately, I am a gamer. I game regularly. Scoop, bop, scoobity, scoop, bop, scoobity, scoop, bop, scoobity, scoop. Doobuddy, scoop, 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 scoop. Boobuddy, scoop, 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 scoop. Boobuddy, scoop, bop, boobuddy, scoop, bop, boobuddy, scoop, bop, boobuddy, scoop. Bop, boo, buddy, boop, 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 boo. Memento. Well, better have it. Interesting. I think that still allows them to full combo. It's okay, chat. I have Forbidden Droplet. That beats Memento, right? All I can say is that my life is pretty plain. I like watching the puddles gather rain. And all I can do is just pour some tea for two and speak my point of view, but it's not sane. It's not sane. I just want someone to say to me, whoa, oh, 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 I'll always be there when you ain't. Yeah, yeah. You know I'd like to keep my cheeks dry today, yeah. So stay with me and I'll have it made. Oh, whoa, whoa, 'cause I don't understand why I sleep all day. And I start to complain when there's no rain. And all I can do is read a book to stay awake. And it rips my life away, 'cause it's the great escape. 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 Droplet is good, but the continuous trap, do they play that anymore? Huh, I think that's the first time I've ever sung something and I gained viewers instead of lost them. Hey chat, is buying a tidy house real or a scam? I mean, I'm sure it can be a scam, just as buying a real house can be a scam if you don't look into it. But tiny houses are real things. A tiny house. So the idea behind a tiny house is basically to, like, get the benefits of having a house while living really simply and inexpensively. Usually you can do so by, like, whatchamacallit, like you buy a plot, either a small plot of land, or you get like a big plot of land, and then you can just use most of that land for like outdoor hanging out. Let's see. What did they set? I don't get to know what they said. Oh, they said bone party. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. We try this. Pardon me. How are we doing, Spartacus? Terrible. It's a terrible, no good, very bad hand. Yeah, we get this, right? I see. I was trying to prevent them from getting to that chat, and they already had it. They already had it. And they can just do that in the battle phase. Go, crashed Gestel! I'm gonna need you to run full tilt into that brick wall. You got it, boss. Time to lower SP's, or Typhon's win rate even further. Oh yeah. Not unbreakable. Well, it's one of those, like, what we really needed there, right, was, why did I go to this? What we really needed there was Lightning Storm or Raigeki. A Feather Duster would have really helped. I mean, maybe we could get rid of Test Bear and run one, like another playset of Board Breakers. Why not Imperm? Yeah, maybe Imperm is better. Except we have to stop Maxi against us. Yeah. Alright, we're at our time, but I'm going to go a little bit longer just to see if we can do this slightly better. The one thing that really might be tripping us up is not enough go second kind of cards, and I mean, to be fair, we kind of don't have a room. We have to play a whole lot of in-engine stuff, but I am curious, if we take out the Test Bear and replace it with 3 Imperm, will that improve our go second win rate? There's only one way to find out, so let's find out as we end things off. Oh, I'm not playing Called By. Huh. I forget. Oh yeah, tiny houses. Okay, we're going first. Going first, it ain't the worst. Yeah, so a tiny house is basically it's like 2 rooms, and then I think the word was modular, someone said. But the idea is like a lot of stuff folds up. So like you have a bookshelf or like a TV in the wall, and you like slide over something. You have a bed that folds out like into a couch so you can sit during the day. Yeah, we need to get our big guy going on here. I think I can maybe do this, assuming we don't get ashed. And the idea is, because it's only 2 rooms, you save a shit ton on electricity and water and everything. And so you don't even really need a hookup to an electricity grid. Because if your entire house has like 2 light bulbs and maybe like a laptop in it, or just like a phone charger, then like all you really need is whatchamacallit. All you really need is like either a small generator or even just like a couple solar panels on the roof. It's like living in a lunchbox. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're someone who likes to have people walking around and shit, like you like to have big parties, and you're not into, like, having a bonfire or whatever, or people chilling out, like, outside, then it's not for you. If you have a big family, it's not for you. But if you just want, like, a place to live where you can be on your own and hang out. And it's also, because it's, like, 2 rooms, it's really easy to heat and cool. So, like, it doesn't matter if it gets really hot in the summer. Like, you know, it's 2 rooms, you get a fan and you're fine. The bugs are outside. The bugs are back. Wait, do I think I'm dead regardless of what I do. Yeah, I think we have to. The problem is now they can make access code, access banish the other thing. But I think that's about as far as they go unless they have another name in hand. Of course, then I'm top decking in a deck where we don't have any 1-card combos. Do you think it's better to have more TO cards or slow the game down? You mean tier 0? Oh, that's just game. Right? No, it's not. Yep. Yeah, but like if we let them search the field spell gets the white rabbit gets the trap then banishes the field spell anyway, and then they do the same thing. Oh, turn 0 cards? Yeah, I think those are... I like that. I think more decks should have built-in hand traps. But if you're like, should we like have the game so that more people can play on turn 0, or should we slow the game now? Why not both? I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is big enough and has enough variety that we could afford to have both. We can support 2 formats. Turn 0 ninjas. I have a feeling they will not be summoning out of the deck or extra deck, Johnny. Yep, and now they have Soul Charge! Get on the Soul Train! That's pretty good. So we Lightning Storm first. Get rid of all the spell traps. They tribute a thing to negate it. Then we thrust. Thrust get harpies. Sure, if you want to banish the shit out of my graveyard, you can. Let's go ahead and Feather Duster. They will Soul Charge. They get a Searchy Search. Yeah, then we Raigeki. And then, normal summon the most dreaded thing! Darius. They're like, I was expecting the white dragon. This is the white dragon at all. Go Darius. Attack. 1700. Bam. End of the battle phase. Tag out. Get me Augustus. Augustus. Dominos. Augustus, go. Special summon the Atorix from our hand. Atorix. Send a card to the graveyard. I guess we just put you for now. I needed to send a high level one. Why didn't I send a high level one? That was really stupid. I did a stupid thing, chat. Now I can't make Tamer Editor. Hostile Azul, I am the fool. It's fine. I have normal summoned already. We just get comeback. At this point, I'm just trying to get to Claudius. Can you tell? It has been a long night. We do this. We tag out for Noxious, which is what I should have summoned. Noxious send Gestel, yeah. We make Darius. We go hi-ho the Dario. Darius Cantos. Get the field spell, right? Yeah. Because we have summoned from the deck this turn. Then we go into this. Then we make Claudius. They may have Lava Golem in hand. Well, I mean, that's just a risk we're gonna have to take, chat. If they have Lava Golem, they have it. Flip Mask of Restrict. Oh, did you activate? I could summon a Gladiator from my deck. Sure. I think we go for Eskit. Eskit, give me back the comeback. So now we have a chance to come back, potentially. Bum bum ba ba da ba da ba da whoop. They need to have a monster, though, so if they summon, we just charge it and then hope they don't have another way. Right? Is on the field. Ah. Unfortunate. Damn. 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 It's a pity that this just doesn't say Gladiator Beast can't be destroyed by battle. I don't know why they thought that was such a difficult thing. But no, only when they attack. That's what Darius is for. He's a beast warrior, though. What was that, KO? Huh. Why did they do that? More damage, I see. Okay. Yeah, they have to negate that because I can summon back fucking Claudius. Proving grounds. Get Gistel. Activate Gistel. Good thing you gave me a monster back. Everything I do is a 2-card combo. Of course, they get everything. Get me back. Come back. I think we still have our normal. We do. Yeah, I think we just go for proving. Winged Beast, Beast. He's also a beast, so we need to make something else. I think that's why we go for Darius. Okay, which is the one? That returns it to the hand. So, if we just go Murmillo... Yeah. Murmillo time. Pop, pop. Get out of here. Then we come back. Bring back Claudius. Yo, what up, fucker? Remember me? And then, Bestiari. So true, bestie. So true. Old school Geyserist time. You. And you. Battle phase. 3,700. 2,400. And then we just go to main phase 2. Wrong! Second battle phase! They're like, what the fuck? What the Sam Hill? We're getting 2 big guys! Go Noxious! Go this! It doesn't matter anyway because we attack for 3,700! They got something. Do they have like a battle fader or something? Do 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 do. They pulled the Wi-Fi router. On the very last attack, they're like, I will not let you go for it, but I already got to the second battle phase, buddy. Got him. Into the dumpster of history with you. Four more wins to Master 3. Yeah, you know what, chat? I think that's a good time to go out on. We didn't quite get the go second thing we wanted, but we got a second battle phase for game, and that seems like an excellent time to quit. Glads did well enough on Epic Way to close things out. 99 duels. Yeah, we didn't quite get to 100. One more to 100. Fine, you know what? We'll do one more duel. And if you appreciate the bonus duel, make sure to subscribe. Either here on Twitch, where subscriptions get me money, or over on YouTube, where they get me views, which gets me money. One more time. Ba 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 ba. Meow, 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 meow. One more time. Going first. I mean, we got a going first kind of hand, you know what I'm saying? I think we toss the bird. Yeah, we have to ash that. If they have Max C2, then we're mega owned. No, they have a second Fulos. That's fine, though. That means we get 2 summons before they get back to their full hand. Yeah, I think it's worth. Summon this. Have we summoned from the deck? We have not. One. A Tahoo. Oop. Yeah, I think we get one more, and then we can just search the trap. And then we just end on that. It's not great, but, you know. Yeah, and this summons from the deck, so we don't want to do that. We just end on this. We got a monster negate, 2 pops, plus whatever the field spell does. They've got 4, 5, 6, 7 cards, so unlikely, but I mean, that's the game. They can't super poly us. I mean, we have 2 dark, so I'm pretty sure... Oh, this can't be used as fusion material. That's funny. Meteorologic Adjugator. I think we do negate that. It plays into triple tack, but it ensures we can select the attack targets. Do we hold out the trap? No, because they just make whatchamacallit first. I think we just pop these 2 here. They can still go off, but their combo isn't as good, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah, then they ice, they get a thing, they set the field, make detonator. But detonator, when I'm not activating any effects, is not as powerful. And I'm not sure, can they still make... Do they have enough names left they haven't used that they can still make duo drive? Yes, apparently. Maybe they'll be dumb and try to attack. That's the hope. A lot of people, when they go to attack, they don't understand what's happening. Oh, wow, really? They know. Oh cool, this is hand loop Ryziel. 3K booty. Unfortunately, the boost puts them over 3K. Forgot it boosted. Yeah. If I activate the field, they pop it. If I don't, then I'm on nothing with nothing. Yeah, we just lose. And there was our 100th duel. Hit by another Fuelos. Fuelos and Maxi every time. There was no 100th game. It was all just a myth. There is no match history. Oh, I'm on the Duelist Cup. I was like, oh. It was really all a dream. Yeah, playing against in Ryzial Malice format. There is no, that's the thing, there is no real hand trap that stops Malice. Not anymore. The Lancia is close, but really the best thing you can do is just hope you can draw like 20 cards. Hope you can make them pass their turn, or hope you can make them draw you 20 cards, and then you can play through their field. So that's why you play even Charmy, you play Fuelos, and Maxi. What does Link do? I don't know. Link off 2 names in case they want to make another detonator while Cross is up. It banishes itself to draw 1. Yeah, but with that, I think we're done for this evening, chat. Hopefully you all enjoyed, though. You had a nice, wonderful time. Hopefully next week that hopefully addresses Malpiss. Is that what they call it these days? Ugh. Oh, I don't know why I have like a starting to develop a headache, chat. I think it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Oh. It's one of those things, I slept for really long too, but it was like, I went to sleep and then I woke up and I was like, well, I guess I could just get up early. And then I took my CPAP off and I started watching YouTube, and then I fell back asleep, but I didn't have my mask on, so like, I was asleep for several hours, but I wasn't restful sleep. I think I've mentioned this before, I have like sleep apnea. So if I sleep without a CPAP mask, I stop breathing randomly while I'm sleeping. I get huge headaches if I sleep a little too long. Yeah. Might be that too, who knows. It's like, oh, mistakes were made. Sleepy Joe was not thinking too clearly. Also, as good as this beef was, I didn't feel like finishing it. Long-term sleep deprivation, you're telling me. When I originally found out I had sleep apnea, I was like losing my mind. I was sleeping like 12 hours a day and still exhausted. And then the doctor was like, yeah, you probably have sleep apnea. We'll get you a mask. Some people have a lot of trouble, like, sleeping with it on. But I was so exhausted, like, the day I got it. It's like I had, like, a straight, like, 10 hours of sleep. Fell asleep almost instantly. It was like, well, hot damn. There we go. We're fine and dandy. So, you know, I guess let that be a thing. Apparently sleep apnea is becoming a bigger and bigger problem. If you find yourself often tired or waking up with a dry, scratchy throat, or you snore exceptionally loudly, consider looking into if you have sleep apnea. It will help considerably. It could be apnea or a heart issue. Ah, I didn't know about that. I'm sure I might have a heart issue. I do eat a lot of greasy food. Although, I saw some conspiracy theorists where they were like, you know, the government wants you to have microplastics in your body for some reason, because they're just evil, I guess. They're like evil Satanists, and they just want to like, they want to fill you with microplastics. And sleep apnea isn't real. Actually, the masks are there so that you can inhale. The masks are made of plastic, and they want you to inhale it directly while you sleep so that you get fully saturated with plastic. Grok, is this true? Who knows? That is one thing I'll say about it. It's weird looking back, especially if you see like 80s and 90s conspiracy theorists. It's interesting because you had conspiracy theorist people, but they were kind of grounded in more realistic ideas. It was like, oh, the government has this project and they want to hide it. The government has a biological weapon and they want to test it, and they can't test it out in the field without risking stuff, so they test it on their own people. Like, stuff like that has happened on a smaller scale, so it makes sense that it could happen on a larger scale. But you look at conspiracy theories now, and it's like, they put fluoride in your water to make your teeth bad, and it's like, why would they do that? And it's like, because they're evil! They're just bad guys! It's like, man, people really have, like, media rot. They're just, like, media illiterate, and they were raised on TV and movies, and they think that there's, like... I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are some people in the world who are just evil, who are just, like... Yeah, they just like hurting people for no reason. But those tend to be, like, lone serial killers. I can't imagine that, like, a ton of them would get enough power and be competent and secretive enough to be able to do a mass project where they're like, yeah, we're going to spend decades and falsify all this evidence and get, you know, fluoride installed everywhere just because I'm a devious little devil. Or people who blame anything bad on Satanists. Yeah, that's another thing, is like, we also had, you know, in the 80s, there was a lot of satanic panic. There was a lot of thinking that there were Satanists everywhere, that they were infiltrating via, like, books and D&D and video games. There was a lot of, like, fear that, like, oh, what you think is a daycare center is actually an evil Satanist thing, and they're performing rituals while your kids are away. Like, it's just paranoia. But, like, it wasn't based on, like, anything. It was just people being paranoid. And it's interesting to see how both of those groups, the, like, big government conspiracy theorists who understood history but were paranoid, and the people who were scared of spooky ghosts, somehow merged together into one entity that now thinks the government is owned by spooky ghosts. Oh, hello, Pepper Wentz, raiding with a party of 12. You're just joining us at the very end of the, you're joining us at the very end of the stream. We're all done playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I was just yapping about how conspiracy theorists have changed over the time. What a time to join stream, yeah. And this all started because I saw someone being like, I was talking about sleep apnea, which, if you don't know, is like a condition where you have trouble breathing while you're asleep, and you need like a mask to help you breathe that like puts air into you. And there were people who were like, no, see, they want you to inhale the microplastics. It's all a lie to get you to just like breathe in daily the microplastic. The water in Brazil has fluoride to prevent cavities, and it works. Yeah. The fluoride, like, stopping your water, or the fluoride in your water, like, it's, like, scientifically proven. what was it? The thing is, and it's really unfortunate, especially with like this guy leading the Department of Health in America. He'll be like, "Oh well, fluoride. There was a study in what was it? Not Brazil. It's like Bolivia. There's a study in Bolivia that showed that there were negative consequences from putting fluoride in the water." And it's like, "Oh, really? Let's go look at that study." And the thing about Bolivia is that, and again, I might be getting the wrong, it was some country in South America where basically they had heard that fluoride was good, but they didn't have the like scientific-minded people on staff to like know exactly how to do it. So they were putting like 8 times the amount of fluoride that you're supposed to have in like a week into the water. Like they were putting an exceptional amount of fluoride, like a ridiculous amount. Like their water was like murky and white. It was like 1/10 fluoride or something. Meanwhile, in America, it's like, no, you put like a drop in. It's like barely noticeable, but it does help your teeth in very small amounts. And that's like, you gotta look at that, the guy running the Ministry of Health and be like, so are you just stupid or are you purposely lying? Like, did you read the thing? Or did you not read it, you just found something that said fluoride is bad and you're like, that moves my agenda. They're putting gas station boner pills in the water supply. The head brace in your chair looks comfortable. It's pretty nice. I can't lean against it because, like, the hat, the bottom rim of the hat. I will say, though, I don't know if you ask me on Discord, I can tell you the exact make and model of this chair. I got this because once you start sitting for a while, you start to get back problems if you don't have a good chair. And people were recommending me all these gamer chairs, and someone was like, no. Get an ergonomic office chair. They're, like, scientifically designed to keep people as productive as possible. And I'm like, I don't know, it's made of like a weird mesh. This is the most comfortable chair I have ever owned. I will go to bat for this chair. This chair is amazing, it's great, no back pain, no neck pain, long gaming sessions, it's amazing. Sounds slightly more reasonable than the people who think vaccines cause autism. It's even... Have you seen? They're like, actually it wasn't vaccines, it was Tylenol the whole time. Tylenol causes autism. And it's like, are you fucking serious? People have been taking Tylenol for like 100 years. It's acetaminophen. That stuff's in like everything. It's in like dozens of medicines. They're like, it's this over-the-counter thing. And if you don't know, it was, what was it? I think it was like 6 months ago when he was getting confirmed for the health ministry. And he's like, you know, with me at the board, I will be able to find out the cause to autism by September. And it's like, it's nearing the end of September, and... You know, they've defunded all the research, so they don't know. They haven't been doing, like, any kind of research. Most of the doctors have, like, quit or been fired. And so, there's this thing where it's like, he needs something to blame. And it really just feels like he picked something at random. He's just like, well, maybe the company that owns Tylenol hasn't, like, given enough money to Trump, so now it's Tylenol causes autism. I can't find anything. Today was supposed to be the rapture. Yeah, I heard that from... granted, you know, no one can know the day or time. Can they sue for that? I think they're going to. The problem is, you know, court cases get tied up for so long. The court system's a little broken. No weed or coke or acid. Trump was talking about spreading out the vaccination schedule over time and splitting the MMR into 3 separate shots. I hope they actually do that. I don't know why they would, though. Like, the only reason, if you look, the very original thing where people thought vaccines might cause autism, it was a British guy, and he didn't say vaccines, he said specifically MMR, which is measles, mumps, and rubella. And he didn't say, like, those caused it. He said, like, by putting all 3 together in one vaccine, that might cause it. And then he did a press conference before he, like, had the paper peer-reviewed. Usually when you do a study, you take it to other scientists and you're like, here's what my evidence found. You know, check this out and double-check my work, essentially. But he didn't. He said, this is an emergency. We need to do something about it. And what he didn't tell people is that about 2 or 3 months earlier, he had patented a new design for just a measles vaccine on its own. He had a new version of it that was slightly better. And of course, there's no reason to use that since we already have the 3-in-1 vaccine. But if people just happened to think that the 3-in-1 was bad and had to do all 3 separately, well, what do you know? His patent is very useful. It was wild, yeah. H-Bomber Guy actually did a really long deep dive into it. And a lot of it was just looking... There was another, like an investigative journalist who exposed all this, like, back in the day. But he was a British journalist, and this mostly played out on British TV, so it didn't really make it over to the States. Over in the States, no one knows of, like, that guy who did the study, because he didn't do the press conference here. They just heard the rumor that, like, vaccines cause autism. But, like, if you actually look into it, like, yeah, it comes from the one guy who had a monetary reason to do it. And then he, like, goes into the study itself, and it's like, the study involved, like, 12 people. It's like, dog, you can't draw scientific conclusions. It's like, well, we found 12 people who already have autism, and they said they all got vaccinated. So, it must be that. Surely it must be that. It's too bad British don't speak the same language as Americans. Yeah, some people do have severe allergic reactions to whatchamacallits, to vaccines. Like, vaccines, like, can be dangerous to, like, 1%. But, like, I have, it's like my cousin's wife. She has a really allergic reaction to the flu vaccine, like, specifically. But then, like, she had one scare where they, like, she got it and then immediately started swelling up and, like, hyperventilating. And they had to take her to the hospital. But, like, she was out later that night. And then, it's like, they just put that down on her record. And there is, like, an alternate version of, like, the vaccine they can give her. At least in her case. I guess some people they can't get any at all. But that's the whole idea behind, like, herd immunity, right? Like, why 99% of people should get it if you can medically get it. Because that means there's no way for the disease to spread to the people who can't get it. To the people who are immune to, or not immune, but who are allergic to vaccines. And that's like a problem, especially when you talk to, like, I don't think she's talked much about it, but I know Iron Mouse, if you're familiar with her, the big streamer. And she's got a whole bunch of, like, immunocompromised, or not a whole bunch, but she's immunocompromised. She has some kind of illness, or I'm not sure if it's an illness or what you would call it. A disease? Some kind of, I don't know. She's got some kind of thing where her immune system is compromised. And so she can't get, like, I don't think she can get regular vaccinations. And so she's just, like, stuck at home. A condition? Yeah, I think a condition. Didn't the guy straight up confess he made it all up to get rich off the controversy? It's not that he made it all up, but he did. I don't think he confessed, but it was pretty obvious that he did. She has a thing. Yeah, it's a thing. Because it was like, they were like, you know, you said this thing, you didn't follow all the steps, You patented a thing beforehand. No one can replicate your paperwork. You didn't keep really good documented paperwork. And then what was it? I forget exactly. It was like in his paper he cited, he's like, oh, I didn't come up with this idea. I'm working off the research of this other guy. And he quotes some other like doctor to be like, yeah, this guy was studying the link between autism and vaccines before me. And he found some stuff too. And then it's like, okay, well, what did this guy find? And this guy's like had his license revoked because he claims to have magical blood, and he's been injecting his own blood into patients, which he claims can cure like cancer and like eyesight. So it's like, that guy is not a good guy to be like, oh yeah, I'm going off of his research. He knew what he was talking about. Magic, yeah. He's like, no, I'm not the only one. This guy follows it too. Read his research. And that guy's just straight up like crazy. Man was citing Rasputin. They go into, he's like, sickness is an injury of the soul. And by imbuing yourself with holy blood, you can become one with your inner spirit. He's like, I don't think I trust that guy very much. You don't seem too scientific. This was before we went to cuckoo. I don't know what cuckoo. Oh, before he went cuckoo. Gotcha. Ugh. But anyway, that's probably enough yapping, right? Science is another word for heresy. Yeah, I think, what was it? Sean just put out a video where he was like, the war on science. Can't recommend Sean enough. He does great, like, video essays, but they're like, unfortunately, they're like the least entertaining. Like, I like them. I could sit there and listen to this shit all day. But, like, it's just a guy talking. He does research, he talks, he puts up, like, some visual aids, but it's mostly just, like, a still image while a guy talks. And it's, like, 4-hour-long video. It's never enough yapping. But yeah, his video on bell curve. And what's great about it, right, is that he has just enough information that it's like, I want to go check out more. And he leaves such great, like, links and everything that you can always, like, look on his research and find out where he's getting this. Never enough Hardleg, to be honest. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you like the yapping. Anyway, let's go find someone to raid. Maybe he needs a gimmick, maybe. I don't know. To be fair, what's it called? You know, I think of someone like ContraPoints or someone like Philosophy Tube. We're like, oh, they do have a very, like, entertaining persona. They go all in on, like, the visuals and the aesthetics, and they put on a show. But all of their stuff, it's, like, very, like, theater kid, like, energy. It's very theatrical. It's very, like, welcome, my dear. Today I will tell you of something interesting. And to some people, that can be really engaging. But I feel like the people who need to hear that information, they're going to be turned off instantly by this... what would be... What's the... I can think of no better word than fruity. A very fruity presentation. A very foppish, like, almost regal kind of presentation. Silk Song, some way late in the night. Probably not tonight because I'm very tired. Maybe tomorrow, depending on how editing goes. Because I was supposed to do a tabletop RPG tomorrow with Surprise Round. We're going to do more Death Market Rebellion. But unfortunately, it looks like someone can't make it tomorrow, so we have to put it on hold. So tomorrow, if I have time, I'm going to try to edit this. What was it? I'm going to look at today's footage and see if I can cobble together a video about Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis. If I can, then I'll edit that and we can play Silk Song tomorrow. If I can't, then I'll spend tomorrow on stream recording something about Genesis and then seeing if I can edit it up afterwards. Florida TV, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Polshunka. Exactly.